Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Regeneration, Culture and Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee on Thursday, the 11th of August 2022. Sorry, is that?
You are on.
Turn your hearing aid up. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Stuart.
For any gentlemen or ladies that wish to remove their jackets, please feel free to do so.
Thank you, Chairman.
Apologies for absence.
We received apologies for absence from Councillor Clark, and we have Councillor Mrs Elizabeth Turpin substituting.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are going to need to.
Record of the meeting. To prove the record of the meeting held on the 9th of June 2022. Is everybody in agreement? Excellent. Thank you.
If I may, at the appropriate point, Southern Water arranged an excellent site visit. It'd be nice if, which they promised to do at that meeting, it'd be nice if thanks could be passed on to them.
Thank you. Item 3, urgent matters by reason of special circumstances. Any member? Item 4, disclosable pecuniary interests or other significant interests and whipping. Any member? No. We are going to make a slight change to the order of the items on your agenda. We'll start with the petitions. We will then go on to the Shared Prosperity Fund Investment Plan submission, followed by the 4 Elms Hill Quality Action Plan. There'll be a 5-minute comfort break before we then go into the call-in of future WHO progress report. So we'll go directly straight into the petitions. I see the first petitioner is already sitting there. So the floor is yours, sir. You have 5 minutes. Sorry, your microphone's not on.
Okay, so my name's Pete Valenti. I'm the lead petitioner on the matter of the state of the track next to Granville Road in Gillingham. So this should be heard in the light of a conversation I've just had with Mr. Constantinides of the Highways Department, who has said that the Council has agreed to undertake options 2 and 4, option 2 being within 8 weeks to flatten the surface of the road, fill in the potholes as a kind of permanent solution, and also from next year, from I presume the new financial year, to create drainage, connecting the drainage with the main drainage system. He's also agreed to visit the site with myself in due course to look at the matter further. Nevertheless, as I say, this petition addresses the state of the road I've just described. In maybe 20 or 30 years ago, the arrangement was that local residents paid a yearly fee in exchange for which the council maintained the road. At a certain point, there were only 3 residents who were still paying that fee, and it was thought by the council that this wasn't, the game wasn't worth the candle, and so that arrangement was terminated. Certainly since the arrangement ended, the council, to my knowledge, didn't do a great deal to maintain the area, and the environment as a consequence became quite degraded. So it became the site of antisocial behaviour, of dumping, of and lots of flood water when it rained, people falling over, people injuring themselves, as I say, petty crime, fences being set on alight, graffiti, and so on. Also, a huge inconvenience for motorists wanting to access the garages down there, where they'd be hitting potholes with their cars and resulting in their suspension being damaged and expense because of that. I brought this matter to the Council's attention some months ago, and you did say at the time that it was going to be a 6-figure sum to address the issue, but since then it seems that things have changed. We actually had our own engineers report commissioned, and they also reflected that it would cost only maybe £50,000 or £60,000 to do the work that was required. And the brief is quite simple, just to flatten the track from one end to the other and to create appropriate drainage. And it's a massive problem for those with mobility issues. You can imagine pulmonary conditions, MS, Parkinson's, the elderly, those with prams, who when they try to navigate that road when it's, or that track when it's raining, it's a nightmare. It's almost impassable. And I think in addition, because it's degraded, the environment attracts antisocial behaviour. It's almost as if people feel permission to misbehave because it's in a degraded state, as I think you can see from the photographs that you have. Cars also meet their late in the evening, dealing drugs. That's what it looks like to me. I've seen people taking drugs in that area, and I think that really puts off most people from going down there and approaching it in the evening. I think that would be really ameliorated if we could address the issues that I'm describing. So it's been dragging on a long time, and we're hoping that, based on what Mr. Constantinides has told me, that we've now got a solution, a permanent solution to the issue. And they are definitely potholes. I think in the deposition I've seen, they're described as not being potholed. Well, it's a matter of opinion, but they are quite deep. And I've personally seen vehicles damaged down there. It's a bit of a nightmare, but I'm very glad to hear that the council are taking the action that they've said they will. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonny, do you want to respond?
Yeah. No, yeah, only to say, just to say, yeah, if I can pass it on to Alex, I think actually a lot of this has already been dealt with. Thank you.
Great.
Good evening, Chair.
Good evening, Chair. Thank you.
Can you switch it off? Oh. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, members. Absolutely. Since producing the report, Chair, I've been pleased and happy to report back that actually we will utilise some capacity we found within our budgets and carry out the option 2, which we allude to being for next year. So we will carry that out this year. Actually, probably in the next 4 to 8 weeks. So hopefully we will resolve that issue in the not too distant future. I have to say though, we've got to be careful that the structure of this road may be of substandard, and therefore the integrity of it, although we will take off 100 millimetres and recompact it all the way, it doesn't mean to say it resolves all the problems underneath. There's different layers. So I want us to guard that with caution that, you know, hopefully it will withstand the usage along that track. The other pleasing thing is that we will look at the drainage issue. I thank the petitioner, and I've forgotten your surname, sir.
Valente.
Mr. Valente, sorry. You know, I'll be pleased to see your report that you've had commissioned, and hopefully we can work together, you know, to co-design some of the measures that are needed down there. I think the other added benefit, as Mr. Valente alluded to, about antisocial behaviour, etc., once we get that into a really good condition, we will attract the residents of that track whose gardens back onto it to use it, you know, more often, to use it as parking, etc. And that alleviates problems on street as well. So, you know, it's beneficial all round. Yep. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Any member? Councillor Stamp, followed by Councillor Tranter.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Valente, for presenting the issue to the committee this evening. As one of the ward councillors for the area where this access road is located, I can speak on behalf of Councillors Cooper and Price as well in relation to this. We have been contacted by numerous residents over the years complaining about the state of the access road, the lack of investment, the lack of maintenance. So it's really pleasing that this report tonight that we've got in front of us and the confirmation by the highways officers that this work is going to take place. It's really pleasing. It's just frustrating that it has taken a petition and the lead petitioner to reject or disagree with the original response that was given. It's disappointing that it's come to this in order to get the action that's been needed for several years. But yeah, really, really pleased with the proposals. One request, if I could, would be that if the ward councillors could be invited along to the site meeting before the works are carried out as well, because I know that there are a lot of issues along the access road, and there's a variety of opinions among residents about what the ideal solution is. So it'd be useful to understand the extent of the works and the proposed designs for reprofiling the road. But yeah, thank you very much to the officers for taking on board the residents' comments and the lead petitioners' representations.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure, I mean, everyone here will be thrilled that there's been a satisfactory outcome. But just, there will be many unadopted and difficult roads around Medway. Could you just have a little general guidance on under what circumstances the council will find money down the back of the sofa, or you know, deal with these things? Because I don't like to use precedent, but I suppose one must. You know, there will be other worthy cases around Medway, and it'd be good just to understand the reasoning why this particular one is having action and possibly others may not. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. As you can well appreciate, our budgets are quite complex, and we agree a programme at the beginning of each financial year. And for whatever reasons, sometimes those programmes are not fully delivered, for reasons such as, you know, other issues associated with the particular area, and we cannot move forward with that scheme, and that scheme may have to be withdrawn and pushed over into the next financial year. So where these instances occur, we will consider any other areas that are of, you know, urgent need that require attention, and I believe this one is.
Okay, I don't want to prolong it, Chair, but I think others might sense the weakness in that response insofar as I wasn't really referring to the availability of budget, but, you know, the criteria, but possibly not for now. But I think it would be good to have some understanding of the criteria, because there will be many other cases similar to this, and you know, that equally or more worthy, regardless of whether the budget's available. And we might say, regardless of budget, look, this is not our road, we just won't deal with it. But there obviously are reasons. I don't want to prolong it any further, Chair, but I hope the point is made clear that I think we do need clarity for other cases as well. But I'm thrilled with the result here, by the way, just to be absolutely clear. Very happy. Thank you.
Thank you. I perfectly agree with you. I think a briefing note coming forward explaining the criteria for us in the future would be extremely helpful. It's not something we're going to ask for immediately, but certainly within the next few weeks. Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the officers and to the lead petitioner for bringing this, because I mean, it's a really good result, I think. And one thing, I did actually visit this site a few months ago with the ward colleagues, and one or two residents were there as well, and the green spaces officers, because there is an opportunity here for some biodiversity enhancement as well. Once the drainage has been sorted, once the surfacing is done, it's clearly really quite a valuable piece of open space in the community, and there's certainly now an opportunity to make something of that for the residents along there. So I'm looking forward to seeing the results of that in due course. It'd be great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've only one or two comments to make, and it basically refers back to your presentation of where you said there was antisocial behaviour taking place, drugs and the selling of. My concern is that if this road or this track is improved in any way, you could actually enhance those antisocial behaviours in that area. And I just want to make sure that you're fully aware of that taking place. But besides that, I'm fine with this. So is that agreed, members? Thank you. So if we could have the second petitioner come forward, please. Good evening. You have 5 minutes to present your petition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to present my petition. My name is Douglas Hammond Deshay. I'm representing residents on the side of the road that faces Gillingham Green with the overgrown trees. This has been an issue that residents have been reporting for quite a while now, in the fact that the trees are being overgrown and unkept and not in keeping with other parts of the green. If you go through the green, if walking your dog, you find there's an inconsistency in how the trees are being managed across the board, with trees facing closer to Layfield Road receiving less attention than ones on the opposite side. So it's with that I'm here to raise concerns for the residents in terms of how those trees now, some of them are 20 meters high, according to your reports, and being that they're unkept, some of the overgrown branches, they're preventing residents from even hanging out their clothes outside. So the residents are in no shape or form wanting the trees removed. In fact, we welcome the trees there, we love the trees there, we do recognize the importance that they play for the biodiversity, safety, and just the aesthetics. It just looks a more pleasing environment. However, that does require maintenance. And for years of not maintaining them, we've got this situation here that now needs to be resolved. When you've got a proliferation of pollen to the degree that residents cannot hang their washing outside, and we're talking about the green agenda, we're talking about managing green spaces effectively, the council, yes, you're meeting your own agenda, but we've got 30 plus residents on that side restricted from the ability to hang their clothes outside. So what would they do? They'll take their clothes inside, use tumble dryers, and use the radiators, burn up a lot of energy, when they should be able to make use of the good weather that is out there and dry their clothes. Equally, we've had excessive heat this year, and we might even have excessive extremes in cold weather. Gillingham Green is known for tree branches falling down. And if you've got 20-meter high tree that's not being pruned regularly, those branches could very easily fall on a house. And this is a real safety concern. Also want to touch upon the alleyway that runs at the back of Layfield Road. This alleyway should no way be a haven for harboring fly tipping. But because the trees which are shielding the residents from light, people using that opportunity to fly tip. We've found human feces there, we've found all unscrupulous paraphernalia on the grounds. And kids will pick that up. In fact, I saw some kids picking up some logs or some waste materials and trying to build a tree house out of that. So heaven knows what they'll be picking up, and dog walkers alike are struggling. Thank you
very much.
Pardon?
Thank you very much.
Is that 5 minutes?
Yes, 5 minutes, yeah.
Really? Okay, cool.
Thank you, Chair. Evening, members. And thank you to the petitioner for raising the issues that we've considered. There is something where there's a balance between the use of residents of the garden and the impact on their use and the visual amenity that we all share with these trees. They're in a conservation area. There's a high level of biodiversity that they bring to the area, and they're also there to mitigate climate change. They're, as the petitioner said, 20-metre high lime trees, and we've had a specialist look at them. There's no significant defects to the trees, and in fact they've said any wholesale reduction would be detrimental to their long-term growth. They also made the comment, and I take this as being a comment, that it would add no significant extra light to the gardens. We've looked at the trees overhanging, and the comments from Green Spaces officers is that they overhang the alleyway, not the gardens. But notwithstanding this, and I've spoken to the petitioner, we intend to apply permission to deal with and lift with the lower branches of the trees and clear some of the regrowth. And I've explained to the petitioner this will be done in conjunction with the residents. but it is contingent on us getting that permission, because it's not something we can just do, but to the extent feasible, we'll try and accommodate their wishes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any member? Councillor Stamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This location also falls within Gillingham North Ward, where I represent with Councillors Price and Cooper. And it is another issue that has been complained about by residents for many years. I understand the comments from the tree officer in relation to the benefits they provide, and totally agree that they improve the physical appearance of the area, good for biodiversity, good for tackling climate change. As Mr. Hammond-Dishay has already said, residents are happy for the trees to remain. It's the lack of maintenance over many years and the inconsistency in how trees are maintained on the green that they have a problem with. So if you look at the nearby St Mary Magdalene Church, where we have the same species of tree, as you know, they're regularly pollarded. Some people don't like them being pollarded. It's not universally supported. But it's just to demonstrate that trees that are pollarded don't necessarily get damaged to the degree that they subsequently die. I'm not an arboriculturist, I know you are, but I'd imagine there's a difference of opinion among specialists as to how you should maintain trees. And in this instance, as you can clearly see from the photos, they have grown to an excessive height, which now not only blocks out light from the residents' homes and means that it renders their gardens largely useless, particularly down the western end of the road where the gardens are much shorter and the trees are much closer. It also means that in the winter months when we have high winds and storms, those trees could cause significant damage to property if they were to fall over or get blown over. So I take on board the officer's comments around the apparent health of the trees, but it's a plea really moving forward that there needs to be regular routine maintenance of this row of trees. And you'll see from the photos that have been circulated this evening that even the lower branches haven't been maintained for several years, and it not only blocks out light for residents, but it also acts as a haven for antisocial behaviour, because people using that alley and also using the green don't feel safe in the evenings walking along there. So it's good that this is finally getting the attention that it needs and that you'll be consulting with residents about carrying out the works, but I wanted reassurance that this won't just be a one-off set of work that's carried out. It will also be a regular occurrence, and it will be built into a regular schedule of maintenance. And it would be useful to have clarity about what kind of heights the branch removal would go up to, because in previous years, going back 4 or 5 years, only the first metre or so of the growth at the base of the trees has been removed. But residents clearly would like much more substantial work carried out. So it'd be useful to get your views on that. And Mr. Hammond-Dishay, I haven't had the opportunity to speak to you about the response from officers this evening, but would you largely be happy with the proposals that have been put forward, or do you think more significant works are still needed? And do you think the residents would be supportive of it?
I think in part residents will be supportive if we had clarity and confirmation of the height that the trees will be pruned.
Sorry, that question shouldn't have come to you from the councillor. So I'm not going to allow you to answer it. But what I will do is come back to Ian to say, let's have the clarity that's been requested for that area, and if you can confirm that. Ian?
Could I have a point of clarification? When petitions have been debated previously, I've been a councillor here for 15 years and been a member of this committee for most of those. When petitions and lead petitioners have addressed the committee, there has been an opportunity for members of the committee to ask questions to the lead petitioner. Are you saying that provision is no longer available?
No, I'm saying the policy and the protocol is that you come through the chairman to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Ian, can I come back to you for the clarity of what's just been requested? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ensure, I'll take personal responsibility that this will be added to the Green Spaces programme It's very hard for me to talk about specifics, which is why I wanted to do the work in conjunction with the residents so that we can discuss and they can give their comments when we deal with this. And to the extent I can give a promise, it'll be that within the permissions that we can be granted, we'll accommodate their wishes for that area. In terms of the tree maintenance, I am guided by the experts, and that's why we employ these specialists to look at the trees. And if there were concerns raised, it would have been. And I think, and I do recognise the members' comments about some clarity and consistency of the trees, and I can try and find some historical explanation for the different treatment in that area.
Once again, if we could have a briefing note on that, I think that would be helpful as well for all members. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, would I be able to ask a question of the lead petitioner, please?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. Mr Hamandishe, could you just give your thoughts on the proposals that have been put forward and whether you're happy with those?
Generally speaking, I'm happy with the engagement. I spoke to Ian just before presenting the petition. Again, we want to have the residents fully involved through the process, which Ian has given us assurances. Timescales are so important. I need to go back and feed back the outcome of this conversation. And if we can build in a robust timescales that is meaningful with some clear outcomes, I'll be 100% behind that.
Thank you. Any other member? In that case, I'm going to go directly to the Vice Chairman, and thank you very much for your petition.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr Hamandishe, and also Mr Volante, if he's still here, for your petitions tonight. I'm happy to move the recommendations at Section 8, but we've got the two briefing note requests that were both approved by Richard. The criteria of the roads for consideration for improvements and the tree maintenance. So yeah, happy to remove the recommendations at Section 8 of the report.
Is that seconded? Councillor Tranter, thank you. Is that agreed? Agreed, thank you. We now move on to item 8 on your agenda, the Shared Prosperity Fund Investment Plan submission. And we go directly to Sonny.
Thank you, Chairman. So this has come before the committee before. So again, in terms of the headlines, if you like, we know that there's a £1.8 million allocated to Medway. We've also found as well that there is now a tapered funding element. So instead of getting it divided between the 3 years, in year 1, we get circa 225,000, year 2, 450,000, and in year 3, circa 1.18 million. There's also a new deadline of the 1st of September to submit the Shared Prosperity Fund investment plan, which officers are working on as we speak. Again, as reported previously, this is around getting it over the line and ensuring that we secure that £1.8 million. Government have acknowledged that they just need rough indications of where we would think about putting that money, and also they acknowledge that it's quite a small amount of money, so it needs to be a proportionate response. They're not expecting huge business cases for every element of funding that we've identified, so we are therefore addressing the work accordingly. Every year as well, it's worth noting that the investment plan is refreshed and will come back to Cabinet. And again, the pride in place and increased life chances and the 3 objectives clearly laid out in the report. A lot of that aligns with Medway 2037 in terms of the emerging work there, and it's clear that town centres are going to be a key in delivering those objectives going forward. Again, the report goes through in quite detail the E numbers, if you like, and objectives, which we need to look at. Some of them are very similar and some of them can be grouped together, so we're fairly confident that we can tick a number of boxes in terms of what the government requires that funding to do. We've also, at the end of last month, consulted a number of local stakeholders. We actually had 30 people attending, where we went through the Shared Prosperity Fund and got some ideas from them in terms of which boxes, if you like, they think they could tick. We also invited expressions of interest, but not as a formal part of a bidding process, but to see if we were to go down that road, what kind of projects that the local stakeholders, a lot of them voluntary sector, but also higher education, further education, and other partners, could be looking at delivering via the Shared Prosperity Fund. And that's where we are at the moment.
Thank you. Any member? Councillor Brown, Councillor Tranter, and Laura. Councillor Brown.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'd like to be assured that we're not going to see the majority of this money put behind paywalls again. So on a personal level, but also on a, having raised this before, I think it would be incumbent upon officers and this committee to ensure that we actually try to make this money benefit people without the need for it to be behind a paywall. I know people have said that there were free events at various locations where we used this type of money before. So my plea is very simple. When it's whittled down to how you're going to use this money, can we be assured that it's not going to be behind a paywall, please?
Sonny, you want to come back on that, please?
Thank you. All I can say is obviously the stakeholders that we consulted with are the people who deliver very directly to the people of Medway. So again, that was the intention. Rather than a voluntary sector, they do work directly with people in Medway in various areas. And they're the people that we are looking in terms of bidding into a future fund and obviously delivering work at a later date. So I can assure you that we are talking to the right people and the right stakeholders.
Thank you. Councillor Tranter.
Thank you, Chair. This is sort of a lot of money, and yet it's also not a lot of money in the great scheme of things. So it's enough money that we have to be very careful with it. And my view is that we therefore have to be very clever in the way that it is distributed and used and monitored and so on. Now, I know outside of this meeting I've already expressed a few views about that, about how that may or may not happen. I just wanted to, and I realise there won't be answers to that this evening because of the process which is going ahead. I also had feedback from some of the people that attended that informal consultation you did, and they were worried about different things. So I became more focused on it. Just so I understand the process, it's going to go back when you've completed to Cabinet. Will this committee have an opportunity as well during that process to, or will there be some other interrogation of the details of that? Because the Cabinet will have other much bigger things to be worrying about, and I just, no disrespect, they might not give it the attention it might need, and I think it would be very important that other members have an opportunity to contribute in a meaningful way to whatever you finally propose. I probably just need some guidance on the process, how we might manage that, because then I won't feel necessary to keep pestering people with my ideas, because Councillor Brown had ideas. There will be others around what we can and can't do, or what we should or shouldn't do, how much is managed by our officers and within our budgets, how much goes, for example, to the voluntary sector or other people, so we get the maximum impact for this relatively small sum of money. I just feel members need to have quite some input to that.
Thank you, Councillor Tranter. I think, like I said, it's about getting it over the line and clustering, if you like, the objectives that we think we can hit in terms of the Shared Prosperity Fund. We've said this to the stakeholders who've obviously spoken to you since, that when the government announces the money, which is planned to be by the end of the summer, so in theory it should be a tick box. Yes, you've got your allocation as per planned. Go forward and start spending it. And that is when the work begins in earnest. That is when we get those stakeholders back in the room and we say, right, this is the process based on the feedback that we've had. This is the money, this is the process of bidding for the money, these are the kind of levels that we can look at and so on and so forth. Again, bearing in mind the taper that the first year is only 225k, so we have to tailor it to what we've got. And I think once those expressions of interest come back, so up to that point we'll have a cluster, if you like, of objectives that we can hit that we've promised government that we can. So in terms of those E-numbers in that report. So there wouldn't be much to report on that, because obviously that will be, like I said, groups of. We would then, I think, the best time would be around about autumn, when we've got those expressions of interest back that have become then formal bids, would probably be a good point to then come back to committee and say, right, this is what we've got in terms of the boxes that we're ticking and the bids that are going forward. And if you like, that will be the first operational iteration, if you like, of the investment plan for the first financial year.
So this meeting is coming back in October. Are you saying at that point you will be able to give us some indication?
That might be a tad early. Yeah, I would say the one after. Genuinely, because we have to wait for the confirmation from government to then begin the process.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards. Oh, sorry.
Mike's a bit funny this evening. Yeah, I don't want to. It is a relatively small sum of money, but it is still important enough that I feel there should be proper member contribution, whether it's informally through advice or whatever it might be. Just hear what I'm saying, please. I'm going to trust the team, obviously, to do that and to take advice from a lot of people, because I just anxiously want to see it used really effectively for Medway, because it's small enough it could just get lost, and yet used wisely it could make a difference to some people of some importance. I'll stop there, Chair. I won't labour it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, and thank you for the background that you gave about the government's guidance that they gave in terms of the submission, because I think reading this, I was a little bit confused as why it was kind of covering the things that we may use it for, as opposed to what the council's intended strategy was. That felt to me that it would be a much more meaningful document to bring to the committee, and for us to have a kind of, I guess, a robust discussion as a scrutiny committee about whether we thought that it was focused on the right things and the merits of the council's approach. So I support comments that Councillor Trant has made about wanting to have that engagement with members about what the council is focusing on in intending to spend this money, about whether you're going to try and hit all of the 6 strategic priorities in the 2037 document, whether you're going to try and give small amounts to as many organisations as possible, or whether you're going to really focus on just a few of those, would be really useful information, and I think would be a good point for debate at this committee. And then just one point as well, I noticed that section 3.36 mentions various reporting mechanisms that the government is requiring. Just like a bit of clarity as to whether your intention is that those reporting mechanisms will also be available or will come to the committee, even just for noting, because I think it's really important that we get an understanding that this, or how the money is being spent, but also whether it's effective in really achieving its aims. Thank you.
So just to reassure you and reiterate, it gets refreshed every year. So again, the first year may be slightly less impactful at 225,000. Obviously, the year is ticking by as we speak. So I've got to be honest and hold my hands up. I don't see a huge amount of change in that first year, but it will be the first step to then take those objectives and, as you said, make sure that they're aligning with what the council wants to do. So apologies if that didn't come across strongly enough in the report. It's absolutely our intention to make sure that we're aligned. But we've got to remember as well that Medway 2037, we managed to begin the refreshing of that whilst the levelling up agenda was also out. So we've managed to align, if you like. So there aren't too many surprises there in terms of what we were expecting from government, and they do actually align very much with what we're already working on. But as part of an update coming back, absolutely. So again, just again, the 225k in the first year, we do have to manage expectations. But I think duly noted that we will make sure in our update report we make it clear around the alignment and that it is working for Medway Council, not just for the levelling up agenda. But I don't think there's many clashes, is what I would say. And it will be refreshed every year. So that efficacy will have to be assessed, and we will have to come back saying this is what worked, this is what hasn't worked, and therefore this is the new, if you like, approach and investment plan.
Thank you. Councillor Turpin. It's now on now.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Thanks for this. It's obviously it's a bit generic at the moment. There's no specific examples, which I think was what people would like to sort of get a grip on. But I do agree with Stuart that perhaps it's a small amount of money, and it might be a sledgehammer to crack a nut to bring this back to this committee. But what about having an advisory group with just a few cross-party members, just to see it develop on an occasional basis or regular basis? My other point was, did you suggest that the third sector, the voluntary sector, wasn't going to be part of this, or did you suggest they were? Oh, that's fine.
Chairman. Could I respond to Councillor Turpin's question? So thank you for that, Rupert. I think I would like to try and ensure that we are proportionate in the monitoring of this. As Sonny said, in that first year, it's that £225,000, which I appreciate is a big sum of money, but as Councillor Tranter said, in some respects, is not a great deal of money. So could we bring forward the proposals as Sonny has outlined for that year one, particularly when it's that smaller amount, and then let's keep an eye on that. And if that is something that the committee wishes to take forward, a smaller subset of members to monitor that as the subsequent tranches ramp up in their scale, then that would be something that we'd obviously be happy to take that forward with members, if members are satisfied with that, Chairman. Thank you.
Any other member? Okay, to the Vice Chairman then, please. Oh, sorry, who have I missed? Oh, Councillor Brown, sorry.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just very quickly, if it does come back to this group, are we in a position to make some suggestions? Now, my suggestion is that we work with whoever we need to work with, but that we do try to, and not just benefit Medway Council, as somebody earlier said, but it's actually Medway residents that hopefully will see the biggest benefit for this. I accept that 1.8 million in the scheme of things might not be a great deal of money, but I think we might make a more significant difference at that scale than the £250,000, and I agree with Sonny on that. But if it comes back to this committee, can we make some decisions around whether we eliminate paywalls in the spend of it, or we take advice from some experts? And I think that those sort of fundamental questions, and I welcome the time for people to think about it, if it comes back, not next meeting, but probably the following one. And not so much just about monitoring what we might spend it on, but actually where the benefits are going to fall. Thank you.
Sonny?
Noted. Yep, we will do. Yep.
Any other member? In that case, I go directly to the Vice Chairman, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Sonny, for the report. I'm happy to move recommendations at section 10 on page 299, and we look forward to seeing the report come back in December.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Tranter, is that agreed? Excellent. Now we can go on to agenda item 7 in your papers, 4 Elms Hill Air Quality Action Plan. Should be calling upon Richard to introduce this item to start with. Can I request that members, when they place their questions, they actually state very clearly what page they're referring to? It's quite a large report, and we need to all be able to find that item very quickly. So straight to Richard, please.
Thank you, Chairman. That's very kind. I was actually going to pass straight to my team, if that's okay. So Ian will start proceedings, if that's okay, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Hicks. Producing an air quality action plan for the Four Elms air quality management area is a statutory duty. The action plan has been developed through external and internal engagement with stakeholders. Prior to the adoption of the action plan, we were required to carry out a consultation exercise. The report includes an update on the consultation exercise, which was undertaken between the 7th of March and the 24th of April 2022. A total of 59 questionnaire responses were completed by the responders to the consultation. We also received responses from 3 statutory consultees, DEFRA, Natural England and the UK Health Security Agency, and a further 3 written responses from local residents. DEFRA accepted the draft action plan but made a number of recommendations, including carrying out further monitoring and updating the source apportionment modelling. In response, additional monitoring has already been started at 3 additional sites in or near to the air quality management area, and the modelling in the draft action plan has been updated in light of their comments. The comments from the public have been considered, and the common themes which come through is no further reduced development in the peninsula, alternative routes for traffic or a new road, or reduced and enforced speed limits. A number of respondents referred to the issues with speeding on 4 Elms Hill and have requested that limits are lowered or enforced. Speed has an important part to play in vehicle emissions. Slowing down traffic may increase emissions as well as speeding up traffic, but it should be possible to model the impact on emissions and concentrations before any interventions are made. Other factors that we would have to be taken into consideration include road safety impacts. In response, an additional measure has been included in the action plan to investigate the impact of traffic speed on air quality in the management area and the feasibility of speed limits and/or changes to reduce emissions.
Thank you. Any member? Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking for some clarification here on this report. I'm actually very concerned about it. From what I understand, from reading quite carefully, is that the statutory responsibility of the council, now that we know this area, and it's so notorious that we've known this for a long time, that the area exceeds on nitrous oxide levels quite is a problem there. And therefore we have to, by law, produce a plan, which we've done. So we've ticked the boxes, but then when we read the plan, I don't see how the plan is making a halfpenny of difference, to be honest. I'm struggling to find where the levels will actually fall. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here. We've got if I just refer members to page 169, we've got the three measures between 168 and 169. The modelling has been carried out for three measures. If these measures were implemented, the three measures selected for dispersion modelling, the target sources are the HIF relief road, zero emissions from buses, and zero emissions from HGVs. Well, none of that's happening at the moment at all. The relief road, or relief roads, actually, the HIF proposals to relieve traffic is designed to cope with the increased traffic that's happening there as a result of all the housing development. So the HIF thing isn't going to relieve the traffic because it's designed for a different purpose. The HGVs and the buses are not going zero carbon anytime soon. They're going to carry on polluting for however many years, maybe another 10 years, if we're sort of the way things are going. And in addition to that, the number of HGVs is going to increase because all the new development is going to require a heap load of lorries going up that hill in order to build the new housing and all the development around Kingsnorth and such like. So all I can see from this plan is actually the problem becoming worse. So I'm kind of confused as to what this plan is trying to achieve. Or is it simply ticking a box, we have to produce a plan, here's a plan, tick, done, and no result coming out of it? Because that really kind of defeats the object of having a plan. So I'd like some clarity as to what's going on here in terms of what this plan is for and why have we only produced it because we have to by law. Thank you, Chair. That's my first point, if you like. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, would it be okay if the author responded, Stuart Steed? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Good question. So it might help understand the process a little bit more about what we've done in the action plan. So it's certainly not a tick box exercise. So what we have to do is really look at what our challenges in the future with air quality. We know what it's like at the moment. We need to understand what our challenge is with air quality in the future. So we've taken that into account. We've taken into account the local plan growth for the emerging local plan. So if that happens, what's the state of the air quality at Four Elms? So we've taken that into account as a worst case scenario. So the action plan, yes, we've quantified three measures because they're really easy to potentially quantify because it's about how you assess traffic flows and things like that. There's a lot in the action plan we can't quantify. So what we do know is if we have lots of development on the peninsula, and as a real worst case scenario, we do nothing about it in an action plan, we're going to have exceedances in the future and it could get worse. So what the action plan is designed to do is say, okay, if that's the situation, what measures do we need to put in place and how can we tackle that? So we've quantified, looked at three specific measures. Yes, zero emission buses won't do anything. That's probably because there aren't many buses going out to the peninsula, so it doesn't have much of an impact itself. Now, we looked at HGVs and LGVs, so if we got a phased switch over to those over the plan over the next 10 to 15 years. That will actually make a massive difference. So we've quantified that in the action plan. Worst case scenario, if we did that and that happens, we are going to have better air quality and it's going to meet the objectives in the future. So, like, yes, understand it's not happening at the moment, but it's going to happen. HGVs are going to go over to zero emissions because they're going to have to, because the government are steering us in that direction, like they are with private cars as well, so, and with vans as well. So it is going in that direction. And I'll just mention in recent weeks an announcement of a business that's producing battery and hydrogen HGVs in Tilbury and Essex. So the technology is now here and it's going to develop further. So the action plan really is about saying these are the problems we're going to have, how we're going to tackle it, and the measures in the action plan are designed to tackle those problems as we go into the future. Does that answer your question? Hopefully.
Thank you for your reply. Continuing on from that, I'm going to quickly cut across Councillor Curry, if I may. So what you're saying is that we have to live with the existing system for potentially another 10 years. And I'm certainly aware that this government that we currently have in place is under review of being fined for not meeting its air quality criteria. And this council can also be fined or included within the fine by the European Commission. Now, in addition to that, we still don't have a positive way forward, because as Councillor Curry has already mentioned about the HIF, and that seems to be quite reliant on a lot of the responses within this document, the relief road especially. But there's once again, there's no synergy in there, what's going on the rest of the council. We've got Dave Harris sitting beside you, who goes through planning and is telling us quite often of all the extensions we're going to have at Kings North, of all the new industrial areas up there. So the traffic is going to increase considerably. And considering the original report was done, what was it, 2014? Something like that. And then 2017 we had a review of it, and now 2019 it was measured at 30,000 vehicle movements per day. Now, we still don't know what the vehicle movements are going to be during the development of HIF and its eventual completion. So we're now looking potentially at 90,000, 100,000 vehicles per day in addition to that area, along with the existing HGV emissions, buses, and LGVs you mentioned. So is that a large goods vehicle or a light goods van? So once again, there's differences in opinion of what you're actually referring to. So if you can quantify that, please, and then I'll come back to Councillor Curry.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So we have taken into account the local plan growth. So the modelling figures that you'll see in the action plan relating to the 2024 and 2030 scenarios that we've tested include local plan growth. So again, just a little bit of context, there's 3 scenarios in the action plan that you'll see. There's a 2019 one, that's a baseline scenario. So that scenario is there to test the dispersion model. Is the dispersion model accurate compared to our monitoring data? If not, we adjust the dispersion model. Then we've got 2 future scenarios on emissions and concentrations. So we've got a 2024 scenario. That assumes 2024 emissions factors, but adds on to that 2037 traffic flows associated with the emerging local plan. So that's an absolute worst case scenario, which assumes that there's going to be little or no improvement in emissions from vehicles for the vehicle fleet, and it also assumes that all of the local plan development is going to arrive on our doorstep in 2024. So that's a real worst case scenario. We've then got a 2030 scenario. That's 2030 emissions factors with the 2037 local plan growth, which is a more reasonable, realistic scenario on concentrations in the future. But it's still a bit conservative because we don't have any emissions factors for 2037 when the local plan period sort of comes to an end. So it's actually going to be a little bit better than we expect, but we've planned for the worst. So if we do get that growth, the plan, if we deliver the plan, that's what it will achieve. Now, we have taken into account the work with HIF and with the local plan. So there's measures in the action plan which are coming from the local plan work around master planning, and travel planning for the Hoo Peninsula. If that development was focused around the peninsula, we'd need to have that, and that work's going on at the moment, I understand, an area-wide travel plan, so that's sort of included within there. The HIF scheme is included as a measure, but as you say, it's not on its own going to deal with the air quality issues we need to deal with. That's what the action plan is going to do. So if there's any, LGV definitions, we use the DFT definition, which is light goods vehicles, so vans. Some people use different definition, but it's basically vans and lorries will be looked at.
Okay, I'm going to quickly come back to you and then come back to Councillor Curry. So on the principle of the HIF going ahead in terms of the relief road being built and the additional roadworks leading on the 289 to Four Elms Hill, the congestion that's going to cause back on the 289 and then be subsequently transferred onto Four Elms Hill, how is that going to be managed?
Okay, so that'll be a project plan associated with the delivery of that HIF project. So I've had discussions already with the team that's going to be delivering that over sensible planning of those works to make sure there's as minimal disruption to the highway network as possible and on congestion. You're going to have to break some eggs to make some omelettes, but that liaison between myself and that team and with traffic management will continue, because we have that liaison already with other major roadwork schemes that go on in Medway to try and do the best we can. And certainly with planning big projects like that, that's going to take some juggling to do. But yeah, I'll be involved with those planning discussions and already had so far.
Thank you. I'm coming back to Councillor Curry, followed by Councillor Hubbard, followed by Councillor Elizabeth Turpin, followed by Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for letting me come back in, and thanks for your responses. It's clearly, a complex issue that we're dealing with here. I just draw members' attention back to the report, paragraph 212, where it talks about the findings from the dispersion modelling exercise indicates that with the HIF relief road and zero-emission buses only passing through the acre, and concentrations of nitrogen dioxide are predicted to still exceed the annual mean air quality required there. So actually it's not working. The solutions being proposed are not going to work, and I think we get that. So in terms of it being an action plan, there are actions that you've outlined that we would hope eventually in 10 years' time to see a result. However, there is stuff that we could be doing now. We could have built into the HIF proposals a dedicated electric bus route down Four Elms Hill from the start. That never happened, and that was something that we were asking for from the beginning, and it's still not there. If there was a dedicated electric bus route down Four Elms Hill from Hoo into Strood, people would use it and the pollution levels would go down because there'd be less cars. Less cars, less pollution. So we could have done something, and that could be an action in here, if you want to. Another example, and I think Mr. Harris might be able to advise me better on that, is that during the construction phase of the housing developments, it could be a requirement in the CEMPs that the developers use low-emission lorries or even electric lorries driving up and down Four Elms Hill, delivering the materials they require for the development that's taking place out there. That's another action that could be in here. We could be really quite dynamic and quite thinking out of the box on these things if we want to, because the purpose of this is to reduce the pollution, because currently, if it carries on, another generation of children in that area is going to grow up with compromised lungs, and impacts of that in terms of the increase in asthma and other illnesses affected with compromised lungs will have to suffer that for another generation. And that's not right, and that's something we should be addressing now. And I know that the colleagues and officers agree with me on this. We've discussed it, so we're on the same page that we want to do something, but we need to be innovative and we need to get this right, because the next generation, and the fact is that having children with compromised lungs is expensive for the health service. We know that's a fact. My own ward in Luton is an awful place for air pollution, doing everything we can to try and reduce the levels there. And there's schools along the road there. So we should be trying to tackle this in terms of innovative different out-of-the-box action plans, like electric bus routes down 4 Elms Hill and like low-emission lorries going up and down it as a requirement for development. So I'm just saying those are points that we should be considering. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you want to come back on that one?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, just on paragraph 2.12, that's basically saying if we rely on zero-emission buses and the HIF relief road, if we relied on that, we're not going to be able to achieve anything. So that's why the additional measure on LGVs and HGVs, zero-emission vehicles, is the key measure. So we know those two measures aren't going to do anything on their own. So we need the additional measures in the action plan. So that's really what that sort of paragraph is saying. Those two things on their own aren't going to do enough. We need more. And the action plan does have more in it. And on the HGVs associated with developments, don't forget that there's a measure in the action plan about getting low emission LGVs and HGVs through the AQMA, so we can hang on the back of that when we consider planning applications, as long as it's feasible to do so. So our team scrutinise CEMPs as well. So certainly that's something that we can look at with that measure, implementing that measure. So the measure is quite broad. We don't just need to think about lorries going to factories and vans going to Amazon. It's a much broader thing. So LGVs in general, HGVs in general. So I could see us potentially looking at that as part of implementing that measure.
And following on from Councillor Curry, the other thing we could say quite clearly is that the heavy-duty vehicles going there must, not could be, but must be Euro 6 minimum. And that once again will reduce pollution dramatically. And once again, that's not in here. So I'm just looking at this, and you talk about the bus strategy as well. And most members here are fully aware of the bus strategy that was put forward some weeks ago, and it was met with quite a lot of derision, to be honest. So what was in it? So we're still suffering from aged buses running around Medway, and we should be pushing for all buses in Medway to be electric. But I'll let you come back on the Euro 6.
Yeah. So new HGVs will have to be Euro 6 that they're buying now. So they're gradually going to disappear in favour of battery electric hydrogen vehicles in the future. So just on development, I just wanted to say really that having the action plan gives us a hook through new developments to ask for more. So development has to be in accordance with our air quality action plan. So we've got a lever in the MPPF on that. We can hold developers to account to make sure that they're doing what we are requiring to them to be done, so it's in accordance with the action plan. So the action plan gives us that additional leverage with developers to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Hubbard.
Just seeing the image come up on the screen. I'm not quite sure if it's green to go or work some of the cast from Wicked. Thank you. Okay, so when I came to know about the action plan, I assumed that 4 Elms Hill was for the whole of the hill. So I was surprised when I started looking into it that in fact it's not for the hill, it's actually part of the hill further up towards Chatham. And of course the hill at its base is a roundabout, and vehicles, heavy goods vehicles, any cars burn a lot more fuel trying to pull away from the roundabout than they do really as they go up the hill. And of course the roundabout itself is adjacent to a lot of housing, Liberty Park. So my question is, I'm not going to really add to anything the Chair and Councillor Curry has said, which has been excellent. I'm trying to find out why we chose a limited area. Why did we not choose the whole of the hill? So back in 2017, why did we go for the bit that was less controversial rather than the whole hill that is controversial, especially the roundabout? And with the existing traffic levels, which are getting higher, the roundabout, 4 Elms Hill roundabout, is getting worse on a daily basis. And as I said, the beginning of the hill is going to see far more fuel burnt than further up the hill when vehicles are starting to roll. So we're trying to find out who and why, back in 2017, was a limited section. of the road, of the hill included. It does remind me way back in time when we used to have, as part of the council plan, you know, improvements to traffic flow through Chatham. And we're all sitting in a room looking at the solid traffic on Dock Road, and the improvements were always green. That's because we measured new road, not the road everybody wanted to be measured. So did the council simply just go for something easier, or is it the fact that they didn't think they had the resources to do the whole lot, especially when the majority of people living right adjacent are in Liberty Park at the bottom of the hill? So it's just trying to find out what was the history, because I wasn't on the council then.
Okay, it'll be me again. Okay, so it's quite a complex issue, but generally, with the air quality objectives, they apply in certain situations, and some situations they don't apply. So, for example, a busy roundabout, where there's no receptors close to the roundabout, air quality could well be poor there, but if there's nobody living there or exposed to pollution, so then the AQ, you don't have to declare an air quality management area because there's no relevant exposure. The air quality management area for Four Elms Hill takes into account where there's relevant exposure and where we've got monitoring as well. So if you look at some of the data that we've got for Four Elms Hill, we've got a monitoring tube at a property which is on the slope going up Four Elms Hill. But because the property is quite far back from the roadside, the air quality there at that point is fine. If you get close to the road, it will obviously get worse, but people don't live where the road is. So exposure is everything when you declare an air quality management area. So the AQMA has been declared on the basis of where air quality does not meet the objectives, bearing in mind the exposure that is there. So that's why the AQMA looks like, and where it is, looks like it is and where it is. That's where the exposure is and where the exceedances are at relevant receptors. So it's quite a complex issue, but it's very much, that's how you declare your AQMA, based on the DEFRA's requirements. So, yes. Sorry?
So we don't measure where it's bad? So...
There we go. Yes, we do measure where it's bad. So we've got monitoring all over Medway. And if you look at our monitoring on Four Elms Hill, we know where our worst point is on Four Elms Hill. It's a property which is it's about 2 metres away from the curb where all the traffic trundles past. So our monitoring is located where there's relevant exposure, and that's where we have to locate our monitoring. If we stuck a tube in the middle of the roundabout, it would be high, but there's no exposure there. So we would not then required to declare an air quality management or have an air quality action plan to deal with that, because it's about the protection of human health, where people live.
I didn't ask about measuring the roundabout. I mentioned Liberty Park. So do you measure at Liberty Park then?
Which development is Liberty Park? Is that the one at Chatham, the new one there, or is it the one at Wainscott? So, yeah, we monitor there. We monitor at Omaha Place and Spyway, and the air quality there meets the objectives.
Yeah, because Liberty Park is next to the roundabout in Wainscott. It's the very large new housing estate, which is dead on top of the roundabout, dead on top of the 2 to 8 and the Northern Relief Road, which must be very, very high. So we don't monitor there. I never said monitor the centre of the roundabout. That'd be daft, wouldn't it? So why aren't we monitoring at Liberty Park, where the traffic is moving slowly, accelerating, burning more fuel than halfway up the hill when it's already moving and not burning as much fuel? That was my question, not the centre of the roundabout. I'm not thick.
Thank you, Chair. Is that okay if I answer this one? Thank you. We do monitor at Liberty Park. I think it's just we know them by the road names now, because obviously the estates are all built. We have 2 monitoring sites, as Stuart says. One is, they've got one on the corner right up against the Squires Close? No, it's Spyway and Omaha Place, and they're all below the objectives. So, and I think it's because they're set back from the road. If we were to monitor actually on the curbside, there would be exceedances, but as the DEFRA guidance guides us, and we have to follow that, that says we have, if we can, we should monitor at the facade of the properties, and that's where we do on a downpipe, something like that, and they're all have been...
Simple. Back in 2017, why wasn't the whole of the hill considered from the roundabout up to the top of Chatham? I don't want to know whether, you know, other stuff, just why, because I wasn't on the local authority at the time. So the fourth area was chosen, and you chose a limited length of Foyham's Hill, not the whole roundabout, not the housing, near the housing, adjacent, most densely part of the housing, adjacent to the roundabout bottom of the hill. So can maybe the chief executive, see if this word making upping already, but the deputy chief executive maybe be able to give us a clue why it was chosen back in 2017.
So thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Hubbard, for the opportunity to comment. So as the officers mentioned, and just to be clear, I think Stuart was just confirming about Liberty Park in terms of the location. There's not a problem there, Stuart. So this is assessed through monitoring and measurement. And so that's what we're saying, that the actual strip that we are concerned with here was selected on the basis of the monitoring that was undertaken. It determined that there was an issue here for us, and hence that is the area that has been identified. I do appreciate, Chairman, it has been some time bringing this forward for members, but that was the basis for the selection of the site. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Elizabeth Turpin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this report. Many of my sort of concerns and questions have perhaps been raised by Councillor Curry earlier, but I am sort of concerned about the emphasis we're putting on zero-emission vehicles, and I mean I'm not up with the technology of that and not knowing sort of how certain we can be that these are going to be delivered. I'm just sort of concerned that, you know, going forward, do we know that, you know, how certain are we that these are, I know the technology's there, but are they sustainable for such a large, we're not just talking about our area, obviously we're talking nationwide. So I just got concerns that we're sort of looking at this, sort of putting all our eggs in one basket and relying on that coming forward. And my other concern is sort of following the consultation that, you know, it was quite clear that sort of no further or reduced development on the peninsula was the highest in the responses. And I note that 5.8 says that whilst a measure for no further or reduced development on the peninsula is not feasible in the context of the ongoing local plan work, some clear themes are evident. So I'm just concerned by that because, you know, I didn't think anything was certain with regards to the local plan. So I'm not sure why we're completely eradicating that as an option. And surely we need to be feeding in, this needs to be feeding into that local plan work.
Thank you. Yes, so on zero emission vehicles, you know, there is a lot of uncertainty, obviously, that into the future, but we do know that government have set the agenda on that. So it's going to happen one way or the other nationally, and that's going to be across all sectors of transport if we're going to meet our climate change ambitions and the government's own ambitions on improving air quality nationally. So they've set that agenda already. That's going to happen. The technologies come in. Obviously, there will be issues around adoption and uptake of that into the future that are certainly uncertain. But if you think back sort of 5 years on EV cars, we had the same uncertainty back then, but you can see the growth happening now on EVs, and that's going to continue to accelerate. So it will happen. The speed of that is uncertain because that's going to take a lot of support from government, but we've got a role in trying to accelerate that locally in our influence that we have for new developments and all the other work that the council does working with businesses. So that's really the agenda for that measure, but we're not relying on that on its own because there's a lot of other measures in the action plan that we want to pursue. The difference between those and the HGV measure is, we can quantify the HGV, LGV measure because it's specific to vehicle fleets, and we can test that and model that. A lot of the other stuff we can't model. So we're going to have to do it, and then we're going to have to look at what that does and see what improvements we get in our monitoring results. So we'll be monitoring our interventions through the action plan, updating DEFRA on our progress with that. Ultimately, if it works, we will see the improvements in air quality in our monitoring results. So that's the ultimate benchmark of is it working or not. If it's not working, we're going to have to do something else. So don't think of this as one document and that's it for the life. We'll have to adapt to it and adapt it. If measures aren't feasible and they aren't to be being delivered, what are we going to do instead that has the same outcome? Yeah, with the local plan, obviously that's going to have to go through its own process. And they're going to have to deal with some complex issues around the impact of that in quite a big way, not just transport, but the rest of the impacts on the environment and sustainability and economics. So there's a lot of things that a local plan to juggle, and we can't really get into that. What we can do with the action plan is say, what measures can we do, bearing in mind what might happen if the local plan is taken forward on the peninsula and all that growth happens. So we've taken that into account. If this does happen, if the local plan happens, what can we do through the action plan? The local plan will have other stuff in it that it will have to do to make development sustainable on the peninsula. So air quality will be one part of the local plan process and how that's judged, but it will be do a lot more outside of the action plan.
Thank you. Yeah, just coming back on the sort of the EV vehicles, and I'm still sort of concerned at the emphasis put on that because, you know, at the moment, okay, technology is moving on, but, you know, I would like an EV vehicle, but there's two things. The cost of one is one barrier, and the other is 40% of people are potentially excluded at the moment because they don't have a driveway. So, you know, there's a lot of, we've got to get through a lot of barriers before these EV vehicles are going to be used widely. I know they're certainly coming out more, but there's a lot of people that are not going to be anywhere near going to be able to use one currently. So,
yeah. So what we're doing, what things we can do on EVs as a council. So the council has developed an EV strategy, which is pretty much on looking at the public realm and the strategy around EV charging infrastructure to support local residents and businesses, taxi drivers and visitors to Medway. But through our planning guidance that we adopted in 2016, we'll be securing EV charging points on new developments, and that will continue. So that idea of that measure is to facilitate people buying an electric vehicle. They've got a charging point already. It will help with that. So we secure that through the planning process, and we're committing to that in the action plan to continue that going forward to make sure that new developments have EV charging provision in them. And that's not just residential, that's for commercial as well. So again, the action plan, that's what we said, that's what we want to do, gives us the hook to secure that.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the report. Considering the proposed relief road of the peninsula is not going to take HGVs, and the zero carbon HGVs is a bit down the line, and with the business development at Kingsnorth and obviously the new houses coming forwards, do you envisage that the air quality is going to get worse before it gets better? Because that's what it seems to me, and we get the questions from local residents that, you know, all these things we were saying about the relief road, zero carbon HGVs, that's a bit down the line. So with what's going on, I can see this stretch of road getting worse before it gets better.
Thank you. Yep, happy to do that one again. So we're not thinking about what we're going to do in the future. We tackle new developments already. So the planning guidance that we introduced in 2016 was our mechanism to do that. So new developments that come forward, where they're required to submit an air quality assessment, our team will oversee that to make sure it's done properly. We'll look at what the projected impacts are from that development, but also other developments in the vicinity. So we'll look at cumulative impacts. as they happen over time, and then we make sure that those impacts are minimised and mitigated through the planning guidance. So we hold developers to account already, and so certainly the King's North development was one that I've personally looked at and had a lot of involvement with, as well as all the big housing developments on the peninsula and current applications that have come forward as well. So we hold developers to account through that planning guidance to make sure that we're continuing to keep an eye on it. In the meantime, the action plan is really there as a longer term strategy to say over time, if things do go badly with growth, we need to tackle that, and the action plan is the longer term strategy to tackle that. So but yeah, we tackle new developments and quite fierce.
So are you saying that when the new developments come forward, if you find they don't match up to the air quality management, that can be you can help turn down that development on that basis?
Certainly if a development, the impact is quite severe and the mitigation proposals aren't enough, then I have that ability to object to the plan application and make a recommendation for refusal. So that's within my remit to do that. We don't typically see that at the moment because the developments are sustainable. They're incorporating a lot of measures which reduce the road transport impacts, but we still secure mitigation anyway on top of that. So even if a development doesn't have any major impact, the planning guidance makes sure that we get a mitigation built in anyway. So EV charging points is a good example. That development might not have any air quality impacts, significant impacts on its own, but through the planning guidance, we make sure that mitigation is included anyway to protect against cumulative impacts in the future. So we hold them to account, and I have in the past recommended refusal, and the developers then had to come back with more information and more proposals, and I have done that in the past.
Yeah, that's good to hear. We're just worried about, if a business opened up there, had 100 lorries, and that was up and down there, it's going to affect that area, isn't it? So I just wondered what sort of mitigations there, but as you explained, you can have an input to that. Thank you.
Councillor Rupert Turpin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks for your explanation so far, which I've been listening to. And I've just got a query. On page 230, you were doing, and 229, there were some modelled and monitored results. And the monitored were higher than the modelled, so presumably that means you then work out a factor to adjust your modelling by. So is that the process you've been through? And then on page 230, I was concerned by DT24 on the monitored got to 78.4, which is quite a way above the 40, which I thought was the... Am I completely going off on the wrong channel here?
No, you're spot on with the first question, yes. So what I said earlier about the 2019 baseline scenario, which is how we adjust the model. So those pages cover that exercise that we did. So we compare the model outputs to what our monitoring results say. So if there is a discrepancy, how big that is, and then we make an adjustment to the model to bring those levels within a reasonable amount of uncertainty. So the DEFRA guidance is it should be within plus or minus 25%, the modelled versus monitored. I actually say it should be within 10%, so it's much closer agreement and less uncertainty with the modelling, baseline modelling, and then that gives us confidence that when we do the modelling of the impact of growth and the measures, it's as good as the predictions are as good as they can be with all the residual uncertainty that you get with dispersion modelling. So yes, that's that one. So yeah, was you referring to table C4 on the 78.4?
Yeah, with
figure?
the 78.4. Yeah, it seems very high.
That's NOx. So that's total oxides of nitrogen, which includes nitrogen dioxide, which is the pollutant we're interested in, which has impacts on human health, and nitric oxide, which is NO. So that's just a total value for those oxides of nitrogen. And the way the modelling is undertaken, you model NOx, then you convert it to NO2. That's just the way how you do it. Yeah. So that's just saying that that's how much NOx there is. And 2019, the first column is your NO2 figure. No, that's NOx as well. So it's NOx. So don't get too worried about that figure. All of that information is included within the action plan because it's part of DEFRA's requirements on how we do the modelling. So it's then nice and clear to DEFRA that's what we've done, and it's in accordance with their guidance. So
I'm just surprised that, for example, on NOx on DT22, it was 19 for NOx, but for DT22, it was 27.2 for NO2. So that seems strange because you're saying that NOx is NO2 plus NO, but you've got NOx is lower than NO2.
Yeah, that will be how the modelling's done. I'd have to dig into that to see why that was the case. But important thing to bear in mind with those tubes, they're all located in different places and at different distances from the roadside. So the proportion of NOx and NO2 will be different. A tube nearer the road will have higher amounts, and a tube further away from the road will have lower amounts. So that's why the figures are different for each tube, because they're in different locations with different concentrations.
Okay, thanks. And my last point is on your actual management, on the action plan measures. It's just that there's an awful lot of them to be commenced, even on the planning phase. So does this mean you're ready to shoot into action as soon as we've approved it for you, or the Cabinet has approved it, or what? Because a large majority of them are to be commenced.
Yes, we get Cabinet, over Scrutiny and mindful to make that recommendation to Cabinet, and Cabinet approve it, we're going to get on with it. DEFRA will hold us to account on it as well, so we're going to have to report annually, and there's going to have to be progress to satisfy DEFRA and the Secretary of State, so we'll have to get on with it.
And do you have any budget for that? Because it seems like a lot of activity. Some of them seem to involve expenditure, so have you got a budget for it?
It will be delivered through internal budgets, so and or air quality grant funding. So one of the big aspects of having an action plan is we are prioritised for DEFRA air quality grant funding. So that's quite an important criteria for DEFRA when they announce their funding each year. That if you've got an air quality action plan and an AQMA, you can go for funding for DEFRA to deliver your air quality action plan. And we were successful this year with that. We got almost £130,000 to deliver against 2 action plan measures in the 2015 action plan. So I'm keen we get the action plan approved by Cabinet and we go for that funding again and again and again to deliver the measures. But look, some of the measures are going to be delivered anyway, for example, through the local plan. There'll be stuff that will be delivered through there. The HIF's obviously going to be delivered through that fund. So there'll be budgets that will be already delivering some of this work. But if we need to get additional funding internally, we'll ask for it or we'll go to DEFRA.
Thanks.
Any other member? Oh, sorry, Robbie, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 real quick questions, and both of them are kind of follow-up on answers you gave to Councillor Curry and Councillor Hubbard. The first one is, you mentioned about where you place the monitors, and it's all about where the residencies are. Is that correct? What, if anything, weighting does it take place in terms of where they place these monitors, where people don't necessarily reside near a road, but constantly walk there? I'm thinking about Luton Road, where I stood in the past, and I drive through constantly. I've been in many people's back gardens in Luton Road, which are further up away, and they're still bad, but they're manageable. But it's everyday walking along Luton Road is just absolutely diabolical. So is it only the case that you consider where people reside when it comes to putting those monitoring stations in place, or do you consider other factors? This is my first question. And the second question goes back to something you said in response to Councillor Curry. You said, if I'm mistaken, please correct me, I think you said if you can put stipulations in these plans, it gives us more power to prod developers to develop in a more greener way in the future. To that end, if we put sort of statements in these air quality plans, for example, by 2030, no development can take place by Medway unless the vehicles delivering goods are zero emissions. can we then put those measures, those really bold measures that will make a massive difference, into our local plan, which is, of course, very forward-looking, very long-term? So we're giving people a period of adjustment. Does that how it works? Can they talk into each other like that? And can we make such a bold commitment as a council so that we can say to future developers, if you want to build a Medway, great, but do it where we want it and do it in a green way? Thank you.
Really good questions, thank you. So on the second point, that's probably a local plan policy thing, setting exercise that needs to take place in conjunction with having AQMAs and their quality action plan. So that would, for me, would be get our local plan policy right on that. We are then, as a team, able to hold them to account against that local plan policy. We're going to have an air quality policy in the local plan. We've got a draft policy, and we're going to be looking at that again. But I'd say that's potentially a local plan policy would be needed on that, and then we can hang our hook on that to say, you're not doing that, that's what the local plan policy says, you're creating air quality impact, so you've got to do more. So that would be my vision on that. And on the monitoring, with the air quality objectives, with nitrogen dioxide, there's two particular objectives. There's a short-term objective, which applies where people might be exposed for, say, an hour at a time, which generally applies to busy shopping areas where people might be up and down a high street on the road, a cafe at the roadside, those types of locations. The annual mean objective, which is the long-term objective, that applies at schools, at residential properties. So we locate our monitoring depending on what objective we're looking at. So generally, we know we've got a problem with the annual mean across Medway, which is a 40 microgram limit. And DEFRA guidance says if you exceed 60 micrograms in a particular location, you're at risk of exceeding the short-term objective, which is the one that applies in more public spaces. Luckily, we don't have that issue. Our concentrations aren't above 60, so we have of exceeding that hourly objective. Now, exposure is important, and I get that, where people go about their day-to-day business. They might walk down the street, they might drive their car in a congested area, but the objectives don't apply in those circumstances, unfortunately. Oh yeah, just to say that Luton Road is in one of the AQMAs, so the current quality action plan applies to that area. But yeah, the key factor is there relevant exposure, bearing in mind the objective you're looking at. So we monitor along the Luton Road for the annual mean. It doesn't exceed 60 micrograms, so the short-term objective doesn't apply. But totally get your point, is that people need to think about their own personal exposure beyond just where they live. If I'm driving to work tomorrow, it might be best that I avoid sitting in queue in traffic if I can, or closing my window. So there's and that's about a person's personal exposure, but that the air quality objectives don't apply in those circumstances. So it's just a quirk of how the EU directives and DEFRA have set the LAQM framework and where the objectives apply. And that's where my monitoring is. Sorry if it's quite a complex answer, but it's quite a complex situation. Yeah.
If I may, Chair, so from what I've gathered from that is that basically DEFRA tells you that if it's above 60, you're likely to therefore be in breach of the levels that will affect people walking on the street. So therefore you look and see if you can put monitoring stations where people might be walking on the street, but only if it's triggered past the 60. Do you have sufficient resource and freedom to not just rely on that as a trigger point? Because this kind of reminds me of the debate I had recently about traffic monitoring Medway being led by police data, where you have to wait for deaths until there's any traffic monitoring that generally goes in. Is it the case that we can actually sort of use our common sense and think, well, actually, it may not be the case that the sort of 60 measure is breached, but we know, for example, that bus stop on Luton Road is saturated in this pollutant. So do you have sufficient resource and agency in your decision-making where you place these monitors to not just rely on that 60 trigger?
We will monitor in accordance with the DEFRA requirements and guidance. So they're the things that we have to meet. If someone was sat at a bus station for an hour, then the 1 hour objective might well meet might well apply there, but if you're at a bus stop, you won't be there for an hour typically, so the objective wouldn't apply, and we wouldn't monitor it in a location where the objective wouldn't apply, because the continuous monitoring stations are very expensive pieces of equipment to put in and maintain over the period of their lifetime. So we need to make sure that they're put in the right places, and we've got two continuous instruments, two continuous stations in Medway, which give us that long-term view of what the trends are like over time in two locations, and then we supplement that with diffusion tubes, and we move those around all the time, bearing in mind what's going on in a particular location. So if we see a particular road that is becoming busy and congested, or we've got a big development up the road, we'll move our diffusion tubes around accordingly. So yes, we'll move our diffusion tubes around to look at different areas. We can't necessarily put lots of continuous instruments in, but we do move the tubes around quite regularly and increase the size of our network as well, so that we will decide that ourselves within our team.
Councillor Tranter.
Yeah, just a quick one. It's a curious thing I've observed as a cyclist is that Four Elms Hill is longer up than down. And as I get older, it gets even longer for some strange reason. And I will be cycling up there, taking in quite a lot of the air. So I'm kind of curious, that there's the interest, of course, in residents, but people like me, and we're trying to get more active travel, and I'd like to, I will go out of my way to avoid Four Elms Hill if I can, because I do, not because I'm worried about cycling up it, from a fitness perspective, but simply because I don't want to be breathing in all of those fumes. So do you see our plans actively taking account of cyclists who we're trying to encourage and changing cycle routes or investing more in them to help with that?
Yeah, that has to be part of the mix, really, because that's about getting people using alternative means of transport to the car. So that forms part of the action plan. So whatever we can do within our walking and cycling, we're going to have to do that, because, as you say, that we need people to do that because it's good for their health. And generally, if around exposure to air pollution, people who exercise and fit are in general, the evidence that I've heard from specialists in university is that the positive impacts of taking the exercise outweigh the negative impacts of the exposure to the pollution. So that's the key thing. It's better to exercise and get the exposure than sit in your car and get the exposure, because you're not getting the exercise. So it's better to have the exercise and be exposed than drive your car and get the exposure.
Yeah, if I may, Chair, I think it's important that cyclists understand those things. It needs to be publicised as part of it. I think it's really important, because we don't want to put people off cycling.
Councillor Fern.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Some really good points raised, and the recommendation, I'm not going to bring that at the moment, but the recommendation is to obviously send to Cabinet for approval. But in the short term, the mitigation is not great. I think a lot of these points are government-driven with the low emissions vehicles. Elizabeth alluded to the costs and the restrictions in EV vehicles. I mean, so how does our plan compare with other councils, with other areas? Are there any good points you've taken out of them? Is there anything we can do there? I mean, will you continually, if it's approved or when it's approved by Cabinet, will you continue to review and add and bring extra points in?
Yeah, so the plan was developed in conjunction with the community. We asked their views on what solutions that they thought might be included, and we appointed a specialist consultant to help us draw up that action plan based on their experience working on other action plans with other local authorities. But you do have to tailor your action plan to your own local authority area, what might be deliverable for you, what impact that's going to have. So I think we've got a good balance in the action plan on that. I can't remember what the other question was, the second bit. So again, the neighbouring authorities, their action plans will be different. They might have been undertaken at different times to ours. So ours is up to current guidance. So yeah, that's... On changes, certainly we're going to be reviewing the action plan. We'll have to review that over 5 years, but we will do that as we go along as well. So if we find that a measure is not becoming possible or feasible when we look into it, or it's not working, we're going to have to come up with an alternative and then make sure that that has the impact that the other measure that we're not taken forward. So we'll have to keep on with this. We have an internal steering group. We'll be overseeing implementation of the action plan, which will be chaired by the Assistant Director, as has been the case for a number of years, and that will draw on each team within the council so we can hold them to account to make sure they're progressing the measures. And the final point is that DEFRA have accepted our plan, they're happy with it. So they're the ultimate scrutiny for the plan to make sure that it's robust and it will tackle the sources that we need to tackle. So DEFRA are happy with it and they've accepted it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, Stuart, and I appreciate the work that you've done personally into this, and I know you've worked hard on this. But Councillor Curry made some good points. The designated bus lane. I mean, it's something that we should drive forward, and again through the head of planning, through Dave, the construction phase, like the use of these vehicles. I mean, it's something we really should push, and something that I'd like to see.
Councillor Elizabeth Turpin.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me come back in. It was just a thought that came to mind after Councillor Tranter's points about the cycling, and I'm aware that we've been awarded active travel grant for a cycle lane up 4 Elms Hill, but we've decided to delay that work. So I'm just wondering if that is a recommendation that we actually, along with this, that we ask Cabinet to look at bringing that forward sooner rather than later, because it will help address a lot of these issues.
Any other member? You don't get away easily. So first of all, on EV vehicles, I'm fully aware that the majority of EV vehicles being purchased, not leased, but purchased, are hybrids, primarily because they only do 20 to 40 miles an hour on a battery, and then people can switch back to a fossil fuel. So unfortunately, that takes away the argument of using EV vehicles on 4 Elms Hill. You've answered one question in terms of the Secretary of State and DEFRA, because I was going to ask you what the peer review is on this, and that's obviously been done by those consultants. One of my other major concerns is this committee back in October last year sent some comments back to Cabinet, and the concerns were in relationship to the HIF and the local plan at the time in regards to the environmental statements, the strategic transport assessment, the environment objectives, and the area-wide travel plan. And the reason we sent those comments back to Cabinet and our concerns is because it stated very clearly these measures will be delivered through developer contributions and requirements on new residential and employment schemes on the peninsula. Now, what I'm looking for from you is confirmation that this plan will never become part of these processes. It remains standalone, so it can be reviewed standalone and definitely not subject to a 106 money or anything else from residential developments. So if I can have that commitment, I'd be very pleased.
Yes, that's the case, Chair. And when it comes to mitigating development, the mitigation has to be incorporated into development. 106 money is not the way to do that. The development has to be sustainable and the mitigation has to be included. So yeah, it is separate to that, and it will be delivered separate to those processes.
Thank you. And coming back to Councillor Elizabeth Turpin, can you put that recommendation forward to Councillor Fern for the recommendations going forward, please, regarding the cycle lane on 4 Elms Hill? Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to move that recommendation to Cabinet to bring forward the cycle lane sooner rather than later, because I know it's been delayed until, I think, at least next financial year.
Seconded. And that's seconded. Thank you. Councillor Fern.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, happy to move the recommendations at section 9 on page 175, with the addition of bringing forward the cycle lane on 4 Elms Hill. Thank you, Stuart, Lucy and Ian, for your presentation, your report, and all the work you've done on it.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Lammers, thank you. Is that agreed? Right, we're now going to have a 10-minute comfort break and also allow officers to move around in their seats. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome back to this meeting of the Regeneration, Culture and Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee on the 11th of August 2022. We're now going to discuss Agenda Item 6, Call-in Future WHO Progress Report. Before I hand over to Councillor Elizabeth Turpin to lead us on this item, I want to draw members' attention to page 38, Item 9, Recommendations. The first recommendation is accept the Cabinet decisions and therefore take no further action, or refer the decision back to Cabinet for reconsideration, setting out the reasons for the referral back, or refer the decisions to full Council for consideration. I'm already making a decision. The very first option is not to be included in your views. Otherwise, there would be a waste of time actually calling this in. This item will be introduced by Councillor Mrs Elizabeth Turpin, and other members of the committee that also were party to the call-in were Councillor Rupert Turpin and Councillor Williams, who may also wish to comment. So at this moment in time, I'm going to hand over to Councillor Elizabeth Turpin.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. I, along with 7 other councillors, decided to call this item in, mainly due to concerns over the Housing Infrastructure Fund, and largely whether this can be delivered on time and within budget. This is a vitally important information which has been made clear on many occasions and within the Cabinet report itself. 2.4 of this report, I quote, "The HIF bid demonstrated that without significant strategic highways investment, significant further housing growth would not be permitted on the peninsula. Additionally, given the number of environmental improvements through the delivery of SEMS would be required to ensure biodiversity and landscape effects are effectively managed to avoid, mitigate or compensate against the direct and indirect impacts of housing growth. The rail scheme is also proposed to help make the peninsula more sustainable by promoting a shift away from the car whilst also alleviating pressure on the road network and increasing future resilience. There were considerable errors within Appendix 5 that led to a 35-minute deferral during Cabinet for the paperwork to be reprinted and available for members. It's worth noting that I asked as a ward member for this item to be deferred on the 26th of July entirely from the agenda so that more time could be given to rectify the concerns and errors. These amendments were not available to full council members or the wider public until after Cabinet had made their recommendations. Following these documents being made available, there was not enough time for Cabinet members to read through the amendments and make an informed decision on them. I was also alarmed at changes that had been made within Appendix 1A and 1B of Appendix 5, and these changes have raised more questions which I'm sure will be asked this evening. Within our report this evening, you have set out changes that were made back on the 26th of July and further changes since. 2.8 of our report sets out some of the following. Funding remaining to be identified incorrectly stated at 4.7 billion, now corrected to 273 million. That was clearly a typo. However, the corrected figure I still do not believe is correct and potentially out by 114 million. I can expand on that later. Appendix 1B to Appendix 5 contained entirely policy matters. Councillor Jarrett explained this within the Cabinet meeting and therefore why he had asked for items to be removed. All additional highways for Medway removed. I understood that this was to be funded by the HIF roof tax, also removed. However, I can accept that there are decisions maybe to make at a later date. All the additional rail infrastructure has been removed. How can this be decided at a later date? This is part of the HIF bid. Before the changes, these costs added up to a further 63 million. How can we build a railway station? Sorry, I just lost my point. How can we build a railway station but not carry out platform extensions where required, do track and signalling work, build a road to the access station, or even have the early years subsidy? We would have known that the railway would have taken years to become cost-effective, as the whole point of HIF is to put the infrastructure in place before the housing. So how will this station get used if we're going to have to wait for Section 106 money to come in to complete the job? Section 106, as Councillor Chitty in the Cabinet meeting stated, is not the answer to everything. Cabinet members have made it very clear that this funding takes years to come forward. It would seem, therefore, that this station will sit empty and unused for many, many years. Removing the highways block does not make these projects projects needed just disappear. If we build 10,000 plus homes on the Hoo Peninsula, those residents are not going to stay just within their immediate neighbourhoods. They will drive into wider Medway, and therefore those additional roadworks will be required. Many items within Appendix 1A and B now have estimated costs as to be determined. A new sports centre at Hoo had an estimated cost of 25 million is now unknown. Again, it does not make that cost go away, but by just deleting it from the table. All of these items are marked as critical or essential. How are they therefore going to be delivered? The consultation document reads a bit like a book of promises, but the funding is very uncertain, and it has been explained to us will come many years down the line. So having funds identified as only 75 million is not true, as not all costs have been identified. Within the introduction of the consultation document, Appendix 1, page 56, it states, "The Council is publishing this draft Hoo development framework to provide more certainty on what additional service would be delivered as part of the wider growth on the Hoo Peninsula." More certainty? Reading Appendix 1A and 1B, there is no certainty on anything, as so much is reliant on Section 106 and just still to be determined. Health and social care funding estimates have been removed. As you state, they were never more than best estimates. But we need to have these best estimates to have a plan going forward and knowing what can be delivered or what is just pie in the sky. So are we on budget? It's very unclear from this report, but it seems that we are not. Rail in particular seems unaffordable. I also note that from early 2019 Hoo plans, we had a much smaller size road plans in those documents. What's been brought forward since, and what's in this report, is much more ambitious. Is that affordable within the 86 million? As stated in 2.3, the future Hoo progress report brought to Cabinet sought approval for the continuation of work to ensure that the infrastructure which would support sustainable development on the Hoo Peninsula was able to be delivered. Things have already been dropped from HIF, the Medway Loop, the shared bridge. What else is unaffordable or undeliverable? Continuation of this work is very much needed. We need to know how much the community parklands are going to be maintained and therefore funded going forward. Without more certainty on HIF work, it seems unnecessary and unwise to go out to consultation on what appears to be no more than a wish list. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turpin.
Thank you, Chairman. I think that's been very well introduced, the uncertainty, but I want to add a little bit of perhaps more detail. But in Appendix 1A of the infrastructure, there's 100 million in the identified column and nothing in the expenditure column, because that's to be determined. So that gives 100 million sort of bonus, really, to the spending plans, which clearly won't be there because the 100 million will cover what that line is, and it won't actually be available to spend on anything else. So I know it's only in Appendix 1A, but that is very, very unclear, and that's on page 79. It might be the M2 Junction 5 A249 Stockbury, but it's really well, it's a large sum of money, and it means the sums at the end are completely out, and there's another 8 million, another 4 million, which go the same way elsewhere in the document. The Medway Tunnel, again, is not clear. I know we're here to talk about the Hoo Peninsula plans, but we don't want the railway to go the same way as the Medway Tunnel. We know that that's very likely to be stretching on into the future unless we have a wonderful solution on that, and that's approximately £22 million in years 6 to 10, which is almost inevitable, but that's been to be determined as well. This is what our concern is, that we have another one with the railway because of the subsidies required on the railway. So that is at 30 million, and I think it was that's been removed altogether. So it seems the people of the peninsula are going to think it's quite strange that we're going to build a railway station, but unless we subsidise it, and we'll have to find that money from somewhere, we really should be planning to actually start running that railway service. There's lots of others that have disappeared in the cutting exercise. I think it's something which is done at such late notice really doesn't have the consideration that it needs to have. The Who Peninsula contingency and additional is gone. That's 18 million. Well, we know we're living in a time of high inflation, and building materials are frequently mentioned in that, so it's very unlikely that that is going to be not a factor, and we need to be reasonable about that. The A228 Finsbury, Wickham Street, 3 million, that's gone. That's got a line of X's in it. Section 106 money for the access road, that has already been mentioned by Councillor Mrs Turpin, that's all gone. A whole section of those has gone. The Who Bridle Way, that's 2 million. It's now stated as unknown in the present one, but it's not going to be nothing, is it? So I think we need some certainty over whether these things can be delivered, or whether they're now going to go the same way as the shared bridge. The shared bridge was estimated at 3.6 million, and now that's going. A great concern is the sports centre, and I want to raise an issue that there was a cabinet decision in 2018 which set aside 150,000 to explore and do detailed exploration of a sports centre, and that decision has been subject to a freedom of information request because that is 4 years ago. And nothing has been done with that. And that what had been done could have been very useful to inform the people of the peninsula what they're going to get in the way of their leisure centre and swimming pool, because it's acknowledged by everybody that the present sports centre and swimming pool is not adequate. It's 50 years old, it's probably twice the age of Splashes, and it's still there. But it's not very attractive for users, and we've got to have double the size of Who, then we need to, or treble the size of Who, but then they really do, you know, we can't just promise things and then they just disappear without any further mention. So that's down at 30 million, split into 6 million and 24 million. There's the SEMS endowment, again, we're making quite rightly, and let me just say that a lot of this report is absolutely fantastic. If we had the money, I think it would be, it's so detailed and it's so green, and I really, really like it. And I do like many the consultations that have gone on, the adjustments that have been made, and the officers have been excellent at meeting with residents and doing all that. So this is not a criticism of them, it's just a question of whether the money is available. Great sort of care is being taken over the environment, and that sort of did for the Medway loop, which you know, that was probably also a cost issue as well. But there's all sorts of thought has gone into that, and I think that's a great contrast to previous times, such as 2013, when we didn't do that. So. That's all good, but it's just very concerning that the 170 million, where is it going? So this SEMS endowment it was going to be 10 million. That is an endowment to allow the new Cockenwood. It's not Cookenwood, it's Cockenwood. Yeah, and other areas of green to be maintained with rangers, etc. And that seems to have disappeared from the budget entirely. So that's now gone to be determined, and we're told that it's got to be a policy issue for the future. But really, let's be prudent and say that we're going to need an endowment to secure the future of that. We need a lot more certainty and clarity on the Section 106. We've had a problem with Section 106, and I know Councillor Etheridge is pursuing Section 106 clarity with great vigour, and there seems to be sort of trails that vanish when you follow the Section 106 money, as well as developers claiming that it's not they're they're not viable, and therefore can they not pay as much Section 106, which is a constant refrain that we hear from developers. So the Section 106, as Councillor Chitty said, is not the answer to everything. It's got many, many disadvantages. But we do need more clarity on it. So, for example, what is mandatory? For example, bird-wise, is that mandatory? If it is mandatory, can we use some of that funding for, say, bridleways, etc., etc., or is that too far removed from the aims of bird-wise? It's classified as strategic and non-strategic in the text, but that's not made clear in the table. So the strategic can be, the non-strategic can be whittled away by claiming that it's non-viability. So we need to know that will add to the risk factors. So some of this Section 106 is, we already know, is more risky than other parts of it. Some Section 106 will be, will be the first to come. So there's a priority over where the Section 106 money. We need really more detail over the developer contributions, because if we add up what the Section 106 burden is supposed to be, it comes to a lot more than we are used to charging per house. So we'd have to charge a lot more per house, and even then, there's that retrospective element of it. So we've got real issues about this this document, and particularly whether it's affordable. And we feel that it really needs tidying up and tightening up. And we also feel that the local councillors in Peninsula and Strood Rural would love to get involved more closely in the developing of this, because things are dropping off, things are changing constantly, where trails are running dry and disappearing, and no more is said. But we are not being informed about this as part of the local plan, and we're not really even allowed to really discuss it. We know we've got the DPAG, but we don't feel that the DPAG has really done is really effective, and it needs to be more effective, especially on the Hoo Peninsula with the members that are out there that have taken a great deal of interest, and they want to make it work, and that is something which they would want to be involved in. But we don't know what clarity on the leadership of this from the political aspect. How many meetings are they having? Well, they're not telling us, we're not seeing the minutes, we don't even know how many meetings they're having. It's only cabinet members, and we're seeing, therefore we see papers like this coming to us as backbenchers, and we're not at all clear of what is being said and what is being promised to the people of Hoo. And my wife, Councillor Mrs Turpin, is a councillor out in Strood Rural, and I know that her and Councillor Etheridge and Councillor Williams are very concerned about about making sure that we don't start something that we can't finish, and that the funding is identified. And this document, as it stands originally and as it is amended, didn't do that. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
How do I follow that one? I think Councillor Elizabeth Turpin and Rupert have summed it all up. As we said with the railway, they're going to build a railway, but all the ancillary places has been taken out. Where has that gone? 106 money, we're too reliant on 106 money. I think they've already said it anyway, but we as councillors out on Strood Rural, part of the peninsula, we would like to get more involved in this and, just look at it a bit more deeply. But we do want clarification about whether this is delivery is affordable or not. Just want more transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm the last one to speak on this in terms of I also signed that paper. So to make it very, very clear, we are not here to scupper either the local plan or the HIF. So I want to repeat that. We're not here to scupper either of those. In fact, there were many rumours and innuendos last year when members of my group and the opposition queried the local plan in terms of its validity. And we now understand that the leader of the council has agreed with us almost a year later, and we're now going back to Regulation 18. We are in exactly the same position here. We're querying the validity of the documentation and the information process before us. That's all I'm going to say on the subject at the moment. So I'm now going to hand over to Richard and his team to come back and answer myself, the two Turpins and Councillor Williams, and then we'll throw it open to debate.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And members, if I can open this evening by apologising to the Leader of the Council, the Cabinet and members more widely. We've issued a series of Cabinet reports that run to hundreds of pages, and there were clearly some issues around Appendix 5. These are complex issues, complex matters, and I think we could have been clearer in the way that we set that out for members. So I do make that apology, not our finest hour, Chairman. I apologise to members of the Cabinet individually, and I do so publicly now. Just wanted to make that point, Chairman. So in terms of the call-in, the report before members sets out a response to the call-in, but can I thank members for setting out their rationale for calling this item in. The Cabinet decisions called in are set out in section 2.10 of the report that is before you this evening. And in essence, there are three decisions: going out to consultation on the WHO Development Framework, approving the continuation of progress on future WHO, and a delegation to me to make the necessary changes as a result. That's all set out in paragraph 2.10. And therefore, the substantive issue, the substantive decision that's being called in is this issue about going out to consultation on the WHO Development Framework. Now, members have raised a series of questions around the infrastructure delivery plan, the Appendix 5 document that I referred to earlier, Chairman. And Councillor Mrs Turpin raised concerns that the Cabinet had not had sufficient time to read the amended papers after the unfortunate adjournment of the Cabinet meeting. Now, of course, under our system of political management in Medway, there is extensive engagement between the Cabinet and my officer team. And indeed, the Cabinet requested those changes to be made to those 4 or 5 pages of Appendix 5 in particular, and members have referred to those, the Appendix 1A and 1B. Those changes were made at the behest of Cabinet, and the only review required was therefore to ensure that those changes had been incorporated. So what the Cabinet had sought to change, Cabinet needed to assure themselves that those changes had been implemented. And as Elizabeth pointed out, as members will be aware, the leader took some time to go through and explain the changes line by line, including those issues that are policy decisions for another day, and members have referred to that. So whilst I can understand why concerns have been expressed, I am satisfied, and indeed the Cabinet was satisfied, that the changes made reflected the Cabinet's wishes. And of course, Chairman, this is important, Appendix 5 was not the subject of a decision by Cabinet. So the infrastructure delivery plan was not a subject of decision by Cabinet. It was to be noted as part of the Council's wider work. Now, just on the specifics, Chairman, if I can, of the infrastructure development plan, there are a number of members here this evening who are members of planning committee. So apologies if I'm covering ground that you are already aware of, but I think it's important that we are clear on this. The infrastructure development plan is a requirement under national planning policy. But the National Planning Policy Framework states, and I'm quoting now, "It is recognised that there may not be certainty and or the funding secured for necessary strategic infrastructure at the time the plan is produced." So this refers to infrastructure delivery plans, and I just will repeat that. It is recognised there may not be certainty and or the funding secured for necessary strategic infrastructure at the time the plan is produced, the IDP is produced. That is National Planning Policy Framework. And the IDP itself reiterates this. The document itself, if you read it through, says it is difficult to be definitive at this stage. So whilst members have rightly pointed out There is additional funding required. That is absolutely right. But it is also entirely countenanced under national planning policy. And indeed, if we look at IDPs, infrastructure delivery plans, if we look at IDPs elsewhere, Maidstone has additional funding required of around £340 million. Waltham Forest has additional funding required of about £450 million. Brighton and Hove has additional funding required of £380 million. Dartford, in their IDP, have a number of items that are listed as TBCs because it recognises, as the leader said at Cabinet, it is virtually impossible to finalise, quantify and secure funding for such a long time frame so far in advance. And to be able to do that now would be virtually impossible. And also, as the leader said at Cabinet, we cannot commit future administrations at this stage. The IDP will continue to evolve over time. Members of the Planning Committee know that. It is an iterative document. But in terms of those specific changes that were made, we do have Matt is with us, Chairman, and we can address a number of those changes that were made just so that members are clear on how one related to the other. And Chairman, if you will bear with me, I would like to turn to HIF. So Elizabeth did talk about HIF as well. And as set out in the report, the HIF projects will be able to be constructed within the funding envelope agreed with Homes England. We are in regular dialogue with Homes England, as are all the big HIF projects up and down the country. And of course, as Rupert said, there are significant cost inflation pressures being experienced nationally and indeed internationally that are having an impact on that construction sector, albeit that only crystallises that cost inflation when tenders are sought. We should also bear in mind that back in 2016, before HIF was even dreamt of or countenanced, back in 2016, our housing target was 30,000 homes, broadly what it is now. Before anybody had ever heard of HIF, our housing target was 30,000 homes. We secured HIF through a competitive process. There's no guarantee that we were going to secure that funding, but it enables us, as Elizabeth said, to forward fund core infrastructure. If we hadn't secured HIF, that core infrastructure would need to be funded from developer contributions. We discussed developer contributions this evening. Those developer contributions can only go so far. So on that basis, if they're spent on core infrastructure, those developer contributions cannot then be spent on community facilities such as health and education. HIF is a good thing, and I thank you, Chairman, for your comments around the support that you have and members have for HIF. But with or without HIF, our housing target is 30,000 homes, and some form of development on the Hoo Peninsula, in my mind, is going to be inevitable. And indeed, we know developers already are wanting to bring forward proposals on the peninsula. HIF means more funding is available for community facilities to support that growth. So, in conclusion, Chairman, the call-in relates to the Cabinet decision to go out to consultation on the Who development framework. Residents have said to us, as part of the consultation that was alluded to earlier, that they want to see the wider strategic context for the peninsula, and that is exactly what this document sets out. It's important that people have the opportunity to give their views, and the outcome of the consultation will be reported back to Cabinet in any case. I thank members for their positive comments. Rupert, in particular, thank you for the comments that you've made about my officer team, and indeed the wider support there is for the local plan and HIF. Chairman, my team is here to answer any of the specific questions, but can I just say in closing, I apologise once more if we have not been clear enough in the documentation that we have submitted to the Cabinet and for members more widely, and I do apologise for the delays there were in issuing that documentation. As I say, Chairman, my team is here to answer any of the specific questions, but I will close at that point. Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, Councillor Elizabeth Turpin, followed by Councillor Tranter, followed by Councillor Curry. That's what I've got at the followed by Councillor Hubbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Richard, for your response. But I do have a few things to pick up, and hopefully I've made notes on them. Initially, apologies for Appendix 5 could be clearer. I mean, I appreciate that apology, but it's not a case of it being clearer. It's wrong. There are errors, serious errors within this document, unless the members of your team can say otherwise. You know, and we will obviously go into that in more detail later. But it's not about it not being clear. You know, it's wrong. Councillor Turpin mentioned earlier about the 100 million. I mean, page 79 is 100 million has been taken off the funding identified. It's been taken off the total figure. It's not within the estimated cost. That brings the funds that still need to be identified, wipes off 100 million. It's a huge amount of money that we're wiping off funds that need to be identified. That needs to go up by 100 million as far as I can see, unless I'm going to be corrected. You know, that's a massive, as far as I can see, mistake. But we'll go on to that later. Policy decisions for another day. I don't see how, you know, infrastructure work for the railway can be a policy decision for another day. That is what we bid for. We bid for 170 million to complete this work. We cannot be leaving this to make a decision on it for a later date. That was what, you know, we've been told this is what's going to be delivered for 170 million. So I understand what the leader was saying about some things had to be sort of removed because we couldn't, or they had to, the cost had to come out because we couldn't determine that at this stage. But what I'm concerned about is HIF funding in this document is now removed. It's not in there, and it appears that it's not going to be delivered. So I want some clarity on that. I agree with you, consultation is important, and I would like this to go out for consultation, but it has to be, this all has to be correct. And I appreciate we're not consulting on this document, and this is a working document, but for the people of the Hoo Peninsula to have some sort of certainty on what can be delivered, we have to have done some costings that are correct. Otherwise, there's no point in that consultation taking place. You know, we could just dream up anything and say, we'd like to give you, you know, 5 sports centres or 3 libraries, you know, a bus every 10 minutes. You know, of course, we'd like to deliver all these sorts of things, but we've got to be realistic what can be delivered for the budget. So that's why I feel that this needs looking at before we go to consultation. Otherwise, we're just giving people, you know, they're going to look at this and think, oh, wow, this is fantastic. You know, a lot of what we've got in here, in this, you know, it does look great. But, you know, in 10 years, 5, 10 years' time, we're going to go, oh, sorry, we can't do that, or that, or that, or that. And suddenly it doesn't look so good. So, yeah, that's the points for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. And obviously we're in your hands in terms of how we conduct the meeting, but do you want to, would it be helpful to pause at certain places in the discussion so that we can have an officer response, or do you want to pull it all together, Chairman?
No, I'm quite happy for the individual responses as we go along.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think that would be helpful. So I think if we address the 2 specific points there, so if Matt gives us a bit of an outline in terms of the changes that were made in terms of the infrastructure delivery plan following that cabinet discussion, just to pick up those specifics. And then, Chairman, if that's okay, we'll also have some commentary from Dave and or Catherine just about the WHO development framework more widely and the ambitions that we are seeking to set out within that, if that's okay, just to respond to Elizabeth's 2 questions, if that's okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Good evening, members. Essentially, I was proposing to go from the top, essentially, and in order as they appear. I'm going to focus on the HIF and WHO-related items first, and then in the order they appear, essentially in Table 1A and Table 1B. So the HIF roof tax and the forward funding interest payment and the affordable housing contribution lines that were in the document were removed because they are essentially income, they're not a cost. They're things that we are hoping that we will receive as payments through HIF roof tax. And with the interest payment, of course, interest rates, who knows what's happening with them at the moment, so we didn't want to have a certain figure for what those interest payments will be moving forward. The next item was in relation to this point about additional costs, including contingency. And the leader touched on this in the Cabinet meeting, because the issue with contingency costs is that, as was raised earlier, the inflation keeps rising, and it's currently unknowable what those contingency costs would be. And as Councillor Jarrett said, having a number in there shouldn't be the starting point for the discussions that we have with contractors once we issue ITTs for the HIF contracts. I think the point, as Mr. Hicks raised, is that any of the costs that we have for the project will need to be within the funding envelope that's agreed with Homes England. So there's not a risk per se to the council, because every claim for costs that we make has to be approved by Homes England. I think it's also important to note that the need for a line on contingency is partly a reflection of latest developments in local plan practice. So I'm imagining that our members are aware of the North Essex and the various garden communities that were proposed there. And one of the issues that the inspector raised was around that question of how do you know that your schemes are deliverable with inflation and the need for contingencies. So that will come back, but we will need to work out what those costs will be. Now, coming to the rail in particular, and the 3 lines that were removed in terms of the 4-car train requirement, platform lengthening, additional station rail infrastructure, and Who rail service, additional mainline track connection and track works. Now, the important point to make here is that those 3 elements have never been part of what's been agreed with Homes England to form the funding pot for the rail. So this is 4 cars, and the 4-car service is something that obviously is a laudable aspiration that the council would hope to meet in the future, but that has never been part of the HIF funding pot. So it will be for the council to decide at the appropriate time whether that's something that wants to be continued. And just to confirm, the cost of track works in terms of the track works that will be necessary for the HIF funding works can be considered to be kind of falling in that line for the railway station line, because that 63 or so million relates to the whole HIF rail costs. And the similar point applies to that latter point also applies to the railway access road. That was an error and lack of clarity. That shouldn't never have been a separate item in the IDP, because, as is clear, in order to deliver the station, people need to be able to get to it. So we will need to bring that forward as part of the HIF project funded by Homes England. Now, in relation to the next items, which was the rail subsidies, and I think the key point here is that they were deleted because we need to agree what the figures are going to be, both with members and generally as the project moves forward to application early next year. And it's important to note that the grant determination agreement that the council has with Homes England requires that in making claims for the capital costs, we are required to demonstrate that the council was able to source the funds for the operation. Not that it must have them at that point, but that it must be able to show that it can source those funds. And obviously Section 106 is one way that it's likely to be sourced. And what a point I want to make is that in bringing forward our rail application under the Transport and Works Act, the council will be required to show that the post service is deliverable. The council will need to be able to show, particularly if any compulsory acquisition powers are necessary, that there is a public interest in that land being taken, and the way to show that public interest is the ability for the rail station to be constructed and the service to be able to be operated. So in bringing forward the application and the members' consideration of that, that question which we're saying we don't know the answer, that's being suggested is not the answer is not yet known, will need to be known at that point. Moving on next to the exploring the potential for 2 new bus routes to Who, and that being removed from the list. Reflecting Councillor Jarrett's comments in Cabinet, is because that's something for members to decide. How many bus routes there will be, for example, how long that service needs to be. Similar, the removal of the expected costs of the Who Bridleway creation and the shared use bridge. That will be a policy decision in terms of essentially whether we want to do them and what the costs will be, because as you can appreciate, a bridleway can be X long or Y long, and we will need to be determined what's appropriate for it to be in the context of the wider development proposals. And similarly with the nature of the shared use bridge, as a starting point, what is meant by shared use and the requirements that would be needed to make it shared use are all elements that will be a later member decision. The removal of the expected costs for the Who Smart infrastructure and Who Waste infrastructure, and importantly in the funding required line, there's reference to external funding was added to that. And that's because, by definition, smart infrastructure and waste infrastructure covers a multitude of sins, and what that is, the nature and extent of it, is something that will be a consequence of the wider policy decisions of the Council. And in so doing, external funding sources will be explored, especially, I should say, smart infrastructure and making our communities smart is an ever-evolving piece with technology. There's lots of different technologies being brought forward across the country. So it's right that the extent and nature of it is something that's a later decision. Now, the next was the SEMS endowment and the point about that being removed. And I think the reason that's been removed is because the development of the SEMS proposals and what the parks look like and how they will therefore need to be managed and maintained in the future is still something that's being worked up. Each of the SEMS parklands will require a separate planning application, and as a consequence of that, the management and maintenance figures will then arise from that design. The other point of this is the word endowment implies a certain way that the management and maintenance structure will be taken forward, but of course there are lots of different ways that could be involved. Doing a deal with the Lands Trust, it being just one example of possibility. So I think the nature of the management and maintenance of SEMS is appreciated to be a big issue, but it's something that needs to be thought about by the Council in the round, and that's why it was taken out from the IDP on this preliminary basis. The SAMS Plus, the change that was there was in relation to the fact that and the Councillor raised about the point about the certainty of it and the kind of legal certainty. The funding identified number was added for that to match the number given for the expected cost. And that's because essentially in order for housing development to be able to be brought forward, it would need to be able to be shown to be satisfactory in habitats regulations terms. And as part of that, SAMS and Birdwise is something that's already well known and reflects similar type initiatives across the country. We know that essentially in order to get development forwards, that such contributions will be needed, and that's why that was added. Now, in Table 1B only, and I think this is what has been meant by the Highways block in the call-in, but this was a list of highways works not on the Hugh Peninsula. Now, just as there's almost a legal reason why they were included in Appendix 1B, and that's essentially because they were an initial response to the requirements of the agreement with Homes England, which essentially requires the council to do what they call recycling, which is essentially they ask that councils identify and utilise developer contributions that otherwise would have had to have been spent on the HIF infrastructure, on other infrastructure, that then unlocks the housing because of those infrastructure interventions. Other housing site wouldn't have to make those contributions because it's come from these HU developments. So they were included in that list, but taken out because obviously that was officer suggestions about what kind of interventions that could have been. But I think it's right to say that that is a decision for members. And the removal of expected costs for the footpaths in Table 1B, so RS 101, 99 and 109, is because, again, it was felt that that's a member decision to determine whether such kind of improvements would be needed. Turning finally to the kind of other items and the non-HIF-HU items, and picking up particularly on the 100 million at Stockbury and the fact that the 100 million number is in the funding required column but not in the estimated cost column, and that's because our understanding is that 100 million has been identified and a source for it has been identified, but at this point in time, given, for example, inflation, there's no certainty that the 100 million will be the final cost. So that's why there is a difference between those two columns. On the Medway Tunnel capital and revenue funding, for years 6 to 7, the two rows for that on years 6 to 17, again, that was removed on the basis that that is a later policy decision because, as Mr. Hicks said earlier, we don't want to necessarily tie councillors now to a kind of maintenance funding expectation for that period of time. So at a later point, councillors will be able to make decisions as to whether that is continued. You would have noted another change was that on the education, the various education proposals, there was reference has been added to external funding being an opportunity, and I think that reflects the fact, touching on some of the points that members have made, that Section 106 contributions are not the be-all and end-all, and particularly in education, with whatever the government department for that will be called in 5 years' time, is just one example of potential funding streams for that. And lastly, you'll be pleased to hear, in terms of the health and social care and community and cultural facilities, and I'm including in that the HIF facilities that were specifically drawn out in Table 1B, and the fact that for the majority of them, except for the reconfiguration of Walter Bryce, the Gillingham Urban Treatment Centre and the South East Ambulance Service, Medway Make Ready Service, were removed because the need and extent of the costs for all of those, the need for those facilities and the extent of the cost of them isn't yet confirmed. So that's A, a policy decision, and B, the uncertainty of what those costs will be until those policy decisions are made. The three that were retained are because the funding required column had the number in to show that we have the funding. And lastly, in those sections, community and cultural and health and social care, we added the reference to external funding sources for similar reasons as for education facilities.
Councillor Elizabeth Turpin.
Thank you. A couple of points on what you've said. Initially, the rail. I mean, I think I'm possibly speechless about that. I don't really know what else to say. I mean, I've been looking at this project for a long time, and that has never been. I don't think that's ever been mentioned. That there's huge parts of it that are not going to be covered. But my colleagues, I'm sure, will come back on that. I'm not really sure what else to say on that at the moment. The 100 million. I appreciate your explanation on that, but it has a huge impact on that final figure of what identified costs still need to, be. Why can't we put an estimate in that box? And if we're not going to put an estimate in that box, then we should exclude the 100 million later on. We can't say that we've got, we've got the funds identified and use that, and then not put an estimated cost. I think that's a really big point. I don't know if you can come back on that.
Just to clarify on the rail point, is that okay? Just to clarify, that what I was saying there was the four-car train and the additional station infrastructure, which essentially is facilitating that four-car train. That's what we were saying is not thought part of it.
And sorry, just to clarify further, there is a service. So there's a two-carriage service that will be delivered within the agreement with HIF. So what we're not talking about is, we're not talking about a partial service. We're talking about a service, one train an hour, two-cart. What's outlined in there is to extend it to a four-cart and the infrastructure necessary to do that. So we haven't got half the service. There is a complete service. It's about the items that Matt just went through about extending that service. Okay? So there is a service that is the minimum that will be delivered within the HIF. Just to clarify, apologies that wasn't clear.
Yeah, and that's set out in the design report that went with the Cabinet report. Oh. Sorry, just to clarify that's set out in the design report that went with the Cabinet report. So that sets out what the services that can be, that is covered with the HIF funds. And then what we're looking to do with the IDP is then grow that service over time as the community grows. I just wanted to clarify that point.
Before we move on to the next speaker, Two things. In terms of the carriages that you just mentioned, what's the maximum number of passengers they can carry?
Sorry. The initial service is 120 passengers per trip. So it is a relatively contained service, but we believe that it matches the community at that stage on the peninsula, and that the demand will match the supply. And then, as I said, we then look to grow that service as the community grows. Thank you.
Okay. And secondly, when the HIF documentation was first published by this council and sent out for information, nowhere did it ever say this is aspirational, this is what you're going to get. So I'd like clarification on that, please.
Yes, I think the rail team in particular have been exploring the nature of the service over the previous years. They've been looking at, what that community requires to be sustainable. I think that there's a natural upper and lower point. Too lower service, and it becomes, is this really value for money? Too higher service, and then there's a potential impact on the roads as the train service draws it in. So we've been looking at how we make that service as sustainable as possible. We recently achieved what's known as GRIP 3, which was a key target with us with Homes England, and that process is to set out what that concept is that's deliverable within the HIF grant, and which we believe property services the community as it comes forward.
Thank you. Councillor Tranter.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you very much to the team for what I think is a very good document, the development framework. I think it is good and it's very clear, and I think it's got some interesting and exciting things within it, and also there'll be some things that people want to question, but hey, that's the whole point of consultation. So let's get that out of the way first of all. I think I can see a possible way forward, but I would really like to, may I suggest, because I'm old enough here to have been through this before in previous lives, and I'm going to suggest, to the team that are working on this, a possible way of thinking differently, and why there is a problem with some members, and how we deal with it. Because we do want the HIF to go ahead, we want the local plan to go ahead, we want it to be a great success, and we also fully recognise and understand that today we do not have the answers to all the questions, far from it. We won't next month or even next year or years after that. This is a living project as it goes forward. I sat through the whole of the Cabinet meeting, I read all of the papers, probably, I don't know how many times, and I've been following it for a long time as well. I also, Richard, I did look at many other councils as well, and they are in different stages of development. I can't answer for where or how, those members in that situation, how they agreed or disagreed with anything. I can't respond to that, but I do acknowledge exactly what you said. I saw similar gaps and some that were much further forward. I guess that depends on when they started, I don't know. So let me explain what I think is the big issue here. I have never in my life worked on a major project where, and some bigger than this even, where even from day one, I didn't have some kind of forward view of where all of the monies of various sorts may come from, and some of it is very uncertain. There would be assumptions on years 1, 2, 3 and 4. There might be a little more certainty. When you get to years 5 to 10, it's less certain. And frankly, after that, you put your finger in and you can guess as much as you like because we don't know what's going on. Some of those variations have been talked about and explained this evening, and I think explained very well. Thank you for that. But I think where we're having the problem at the moment is that we haven't seen some kind of projection with assumptions that makes sense. And that is the problem. And I think we can do it. I think there is enough information. So, for example, if we're talking about Section 106 monies coming through at different points over 20 years against a particular housing target, which may or may not change, it's reasonable to make some kind of assumption about what sort of Section 106 money might come in at different points, and whether that is in the right ballpark of some of the things we want to achieve. Now, if you look at page 56 of the report pack, which it was a summary of the framework consultation document, I'm going to read a paragraph, third one up from the bottom on the left-hand side. This council is publishing this draft WHO development framework to provide more certainty on what additional services will be delivered as part of wider growth on the WHO Peninsula, as well as supporting wider work on planning for how Medway meets the needs of its growing and changing communities. Now, it's trying to create some certainty, and it's asking people to comment on this, and the whole of the introduction very nicely explains that. But we, as members representing the residents and taxpayers, we have to have a layman's understanding of what it is we're hoping to achieve, how it might be funded, what the risks are, what the variants are, you know, whether we have what sort of leisure centres or other facilities we may or may not want or agree, which will come later, and so on. And whether or not we have a train that's, you know, battery powered or has got a big key sticking out the side of it, or whatever else is going to come along in the next iteration, you know, so somebody winds it up when it gets to the end of the track. I've no idea, or whether it's 2 cars or 4 cars. And you've already made some kind of assumption, and thank you for the answer regarding why, you know, we know we don't know the answers to those questions, and we know it's going to change. We know we might need to do it, to change it later. But please, can we have, and can you say when we can have this, some kind of common sense plan, and we have not seen a common sense plan yet. We've seen it full of holes and problems because we, all of us, have to explain it to people on the peninsula and indeed the wider Medway, is how we're going to afford this, what it might look like, where the risks are, what might be added or what might need to be taken away, depending on 1,000 different variations. We can do that. We can do that now, not today, but within weeks, I would hope. And I think most members will understand, well, okay, that I can see this may or may not happen, but we don't even have some kind of model in front of us that we're able to look at. In the business world, we'd call it a cash flow projection, but there will be other models and ways of doing it. There'll be different sensitivities within it. I believe if we do that and we can see how that might work, and I have to believe someone's done that, otherwise you couldn't have developed this consultation document. There must be some idea of what is possible, otherwise it is pure fiction. How can we put something out for consultation that to members, and we're not the professionals in this, feels like fiction for some of the reasons that have been mentioned? I'm not saying it is fiction, but we don't have the understanding of what could be in and out of it. So I think there's a piece of work to be done that will help explain it to us and therefore to the people we represent rather more clearly how it might work. So the leader was right to say we cannot put things in that some future council may or may not agree with. That's fine. But let's say what those things may or may not be, and let's understand what can or cannot be included. And let's understand the uncertainties. And then we can put this out for consultation with the words that say, we don't know precisely what will come from this, but we want to know what you think about this model. What do you think about this? Because we do have an idea, a greater idea of where the emphasis should go. That will inform not just this council, but next year or the year after that, the decisions we make. There'll be more consultations as it goes forward. So I'm really trying to be helpful here to try and find a cutaway through this, because I don't think any of us actually want to cause delay and problems, but we really do need far greater clarity. Sorry to take so long, Chairman, but I felt that was worth labouring.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the officers for this extensive piece of work. Obviously, a huge amount of time and energy has gone into it. However, there are some problems that we've identified, and thanks to Councillor Mrs Turpin for bringing this to this committee. It's something that's been on our work programme for a long time and not got there, and now it's finally with us at the 11th hour almost, if you like, and thanks to the other members who've made their contributions already. I mean, to stress the point, none of us want this to fail. We understand the need for housing. We understand that the Hoop Peninsula is one of the places where housing is going to take place on whatever scale that we feel comfortable with. It's going to happen, and that housing needs infrastructure. I mean, we're all at universal agreement on that. Nevertheless, we are presented tonight with a huge amount of detailed information. Thanks to Matt for giving us that complex explanation as to why things were withdrawn. And the problem, as Councillor Chanter pointed out, that none of us are experts on everything. I mean, we all know a bit about lots of things, and some of us know a lot about a few things, but not certainly. That's why you need such a massive team of officers working on such a complex project, and we understand that. The problem we have is that there seems to be, as pointed out, this lack of clarity, and also this lack of almost not energy, it's the wrong word, that would be disrespectful, this lack of direction, if you like. We have been working on this for 5 years. That's when we started the HIF process, 5 years ago, and we're still talking about documents that have, for example, just let me go to my notes here, a lack of clarity, a sort of development aspirations in there. We've got those sorts of phrases popping out at us from the report. May not be certain about some of these things. After 5 years of detailed and very expert work, we've still got this lack of clarity. So I'm trying to hone it down into 3 separate areas where I feel we've got problems. Cost is one, and we've heard a lot of detail about that from a number of members about how it's escalated. The 170 million pounds spending on rail and road and SEMS is understandable, and that even that's run into problems, and I'll go back to that in a moment. But there is also a problem in terms of policy and in terms of timescales, which we haven't really addressed. In the explanation that Matt gave us, he explained that the SEMS should have been decided by, which I think should have been decided now, but there's policy issues there. The highways block, again, policy issues. Demand for footpaths, policy issues around that this is why these things were taken out. If you look in the document that we've got before us at the agenda item on 3.6, as such, as stated by the leader in the debate on the document at Cabinet, both the types and extent of infrastructure required are policy decisions that will come at a later date as determined by members. Now, these are policy decisions coming at a later date, but we don't have that later date at the moment. And the problem is we have a very tight timetable. And this is where I'm going to get into this detail now. The planning applications for the road and rail infrastructure come in the new year, with January and February, March. There is no way those will be determined before the next election. So whichever way the next election goes, we will have a new leader and a new cabinet for the council who will have to carry this forward. The planning applications will then be determined at some point after May next year in a very complex planning committee agenda process. And then there will be a tendering process for contractors to do the work. The work will then start at some point towards the end, hopefully next year, but possibly into 2024. And the cut-off date that we negotiated was March 2025 to have this delivered. Now, I'm not a rocket scientist, but I can't see us delivering the £170 million worth of infrastructure funding by March 25, if that's our timetable. And that's what we're talking about here. So we have a problem, so we need to be negotiating with Homes England as to how we do something around that. So there is an issue around timescale, there's an issue around cost, and there's an issue around policy. And then if we go to the end of the report, section 5, on our options, we have 3 options: to consider and accept the Cabinet decision, ask the Cabinet to reconsider its decision and refer the matter to full council. And it quite clearly says that in accordance with Rule 15.8, the decision is contrary to policy framework or contrary or not wholly in accordance with the budget, that is a reason why this needs to be considered. And I've just outlined, I think, a policy problem, and we've heard about a budgetary problem. We know there's a timescale problem, and let's not forget that the fundamental policy that underlines the whole of what we're talking about is our local plan, which we don't have. The plan we're working to is the 2003 one, which doesn't even mention HIF, because it wasn't even thought of back then. So we don't have a HIF policy around which to hang the decisions we're making. We are really struggling here to get this right in terms of policy and budget and timescales. And those are my concerns for this evening. I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to Richard now to answer the 2 points raised by Stuart and by Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Tranter, for your helpful offer. So I'm going to suggest something for members that members may wish to consider. So Stuart outlined this, and Simon alluded to it as well, that there is something about providing clarity here. Apologies, Elizabeth, it may not just be about providing clarity, but there is something about a simple proposal. There is something that outlines the funding that is coming forward around this. And members having something that is more straightforward that they can use so that members can engage with their communities, whether they are the local ward members or with those with wider population of Medway. And Stuart was outlining a proposal to have something that is a bit more kind of straightforward, a bit more direct, dare I say simple, to try and make what is an exceedingly complex project sitting within a really complex local plan environment as well. So I wonder if there is something around making that referral back to Cabinet that is around, let's not forget, the decision here is around consultation, embarking on consultation on the WHO development framework, but there is something about asking Cabinet to direct officers to provide something that gives that kind of simpler understanding so that people can be clear about what the requirements are. There are a number of issues that were raised, and I think it would be useful if we had a response from my team on some of those. We have talked about the WHO development framework, and there's a kind of extant kind of query from members around the WHO development framework. So I would, if members would find that helpful, Chairman, I think it would be useful to have Dave, stroke Catherine, giving some commentary just about the WHO development framework. And then Simon talked about the planning applications that are coming forward. So February for road, March for rail. I think it would be useful just to have some commentary about that planning process. And then if I can get to the heart of the issue, Chairman, Simon alluded to this, about whether the decision is within the policy framework and the budget of the council. And of course, we've got both statutory officers here, but I wonder after, if we do it in that order, Chairman, obviously it's your meeting, but Dave and Catherine to give that commentary first of all, and then perhaps Bhupinder can give us the view around the policy framework considerations, while members are giving consideration to that proposal, building on Stuart's suggestions there. Is that okay, Chairman? Thank you. Dave, Catherine?
I'll start. Right, I think going back, I think the points were raised by a number of members, and I think Councillor Mrs Turpin introduced the points around the consultation on the WHO development framework being dependent on the quality and the certainty of the work in the infrastructure delivery plan. So I'd want to explain a little bit around the purpose and the content of the WHO development framework, and a little bit more that we've already discussed on the infrastructure delivery plan. I think I would make the point that the WHO development framework is a fairly early stage of work. It's not policy, so I think Councillor Curry's latter comments with regard to the certainty that policy provides is a very useful point within the context of considering the document. My colleagues who work in the HIF team give us significant feedback from the work that they've done over the last 18 months that in talking to local communities and local representatives around the HIF programme, lots of questions around wider growth, what does that mean? And again, the Director alluded to that in his introduction. So what we're seeking to do through the WHO Development Framework is to start to bring in that information at a level of detail which is greater than what we had a couple of years ago. So unfortunately, we started an engagement process around spring 2020. I don't need to go into further details about the impacts that we then had to work through. This is built on the work which was shared widely at that point, providing the greater level of details. We've been speaking to parish councils, local communities. We keep being asked, give us more detail. In advance of a local plan and having a strategic allocation, we do not have certainty that this scale of growth is going to happen in the area. So the document is tried to make clear, and I think the comments raised tonight are really useful to give us a pointer about where the documentation, the messages need to be clearer, because it is a heavy tome and it's in a bigger context, so we need to be very clear on the messaging, that it's not a policy document, it's not something we're going to be adopting at this point, because we need to have the certainty, which is tested independently through the local plan process, to confirm the appropriate spatial strategy for Medway and the strategic allocation that may come forward on the peninsula. What we're doing is following best practice in planning, which is if we're looking at developing at scale, which involves significant change for the communities in this area and for the environment on the peninsula, it's due process to provide the principles by which sustainable development can be delivered, to engage people, including local communities, service providers, local representatives, wider consultees, in the process by which we formulate development plans for that area, which can show that we deliver sustainable development and it's not simply about delivering housing numbers to meet the government targets. So what we've tried to do in the consultation document is to draw out what does sustainable development mean for the peninsula. It doesn't just mean a quantum of housing. So it's tried to weave in those things which are special about the area, such as the natural environment, those things which we know we need to address now and in the future. So some of the contextual issues we've got regarding pressures on the environment, the need to address climate change, the need to plan for an ageing community, the need to do things differently in the future to be able to be fit for purpose. So we try to weave a number of those things into the document. Planning is about being aspirational but deliverable. It is correct. I don't know whether Dave's trying to hint something to me about coughing. I assume it is just a cough. I'm not saying something. So plans need to be aspirational. We're in the business of delivering sustainable development, which means we want to make things better, but they need to be deliverable. So the work in the infrastructure delivery plan is part of that process as the evolving evidence base for the local plan to demonstrate that these proposals could be deliverable. Unfortunately, in the absence of an advanced local plan and the fuller evidence base that sits alongside that, I can understand how it's very difficult to look at this information and then conclude that there's certainty in terms of the delivery. I would say that the documentation is not a wish list, but has been formulated through direct engagement with stakeholders and with service providers. So, for example, through the iterations, we've updated the phasing of schools in the area. We've worked with our education colleagues to ensure the phasing, the quantum of school places reflects where they're at in the planning process. We've done similar things with utilities, with health providers, and we've also used best practice and the metrics which are used by service providers to understand a certain quantum of population demands a certain quantum of services, and the way we do with our Section 106 contribution policies. So the work has been informed by direct engagement with service providers, but I think the message which has been very clear tonight is there's not certainty. Even the service providers are not able to confirm at this point in the planning process the exact costings. The reasons why we were starting to formulate costings is because the work in feeding into the local plan will also be supported by a viability assessment. So that would be another key document that would be published alongside the draft plan, so people could understand, and the information will all be published in the public domain. If we have these policies on this, and we're developing in certain locations which have got different development values, and we're asking development to do X, Y, and Z, because our policies will have this. At the minute, this looks aspirational. When we get through to a finalised local plan, we'll have a policy with requirements in the policy. Those policies, particularly for strategic allocations, will have a number of triggers and requirements with regards to the need to deliver infrastructure, certain strands of infrastructure at certain times. And we're looking at the mechanism for which we can address things like the forward funding on critical infrastructure like schools. But the viability assessment looks overall, understands the development market in Medway, looks at the different areas, so understand the difference between your brownfield sites and greenfield sites, the development values. We're working on that with the development sector, so that's open to scrutiny from the development sector, that the work within that can withstand their critique. The policies in the plan are assessed against that, and also the development allocations and the infrastructure delivery. We have done some of that work in initial stages in the work we've been doing to date on the local plan. Obviously, it will need to be revisited as we take work further, as we look more widely at scoping the plan and wider options. But that work is informing the content of the local plan, the content of the Who Development Framework, and the wider engagement in the plan process. So I'd like to reassure members that although this presents some of the information, it's not the complete evidence base that would need to be in place. And we're very alert as officers around the scrutiny we'll expect when we get to examination in public, and the work that we will need to demonstrate to the inspector, who will be independently assessing whether our plan is legally compliant and sound, does it respond to the evidence we've provided to deliver a sustainable growth strategy, that we will have particular scrutiny where we're looking at bringing forward large-scale strategic projects. So our legal advisors referred to the North Essex Garden Communities, which is a pretty well-known case law now within planning, around really setting the bar about what we need to do. So hence some of the lines which are in the IDP, which were not well explained to a wider audience, where we're reflecting that work that we've picked up. We also need to consider the updates to the Section 106 policies and developer contribution guides. So if you can see, we're on a journey. We're setting out some of that work. We need to explain. I think the comments that have been made by members are very helpful in helping us to clarify maybe some of those key messages we need to deliver. But I would like to reassure members there has been a quantum of robust work which has gone into both the IDP and the Who Development Framework. Neither work streams are completed, but neither will represent the final projects. The local plan will be made up by a number of different evidence-based pieces of work, and it will be looking at how we can pull this together, bring our aspirations to make Medway a really good place to live and work in, and look after our environment, but make sure we can deliver on that, because I think at the end of the day that's what people want to see, a local plan that we feel will deliver more for Medway, but we can be sure that it will actually be deliverable. So it's that testing. And there is a challenge there, because we're not in control of a lot of these external funding sources. So what we need to be able to do is, by setting out our stall, setting out our aspirations for Medway, to use that to help to negotiate with developers. So we're saying this is a starting point for our negotiations in Section 106. You know, we're not starting from a blank piece of paper. We've got a vision. How are you going to help us deliver this? But also with regards to service providers, the work that we've been doing to date has already helped in engaging with colleagues in health in terms of them understanding what we need to do in delivering this. I will stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. In terms of the policy framework, I've given advice in the covering report, and specifically in paragraphs 4 onwards, that I and the Chief Finance Officer have collectively drafted. So in terms of the policy framework and whether this amounts to a breach of the policy framework, I've been quite definitive in statement in paragraph 4.2 of the report to say that the consultation document is not contrary to the policy framework. Now, the reason why I can be so definitive in this area is that our guiding Bible on this is the Constitution, and the Constitution defines in Article 4, paragraph 4.1, what amounts to the policy framework, and within that it lists a number of different plans, and for the point of being comprehensive in this, I can read out what that says. 4.1, meanings A, policy framework. The policy framework means the following plans and strategies: community safety plan, council strategy and council plan, the development plan, local transport plan, statement of gambling policy, sustainable community strategy, youth justice plan, any other plans and strategies which together form and comprise the development plan, and any other plan or strategy that the council determines should be designated as a policy framework document. The consultation document that was agreed and submitted for consultation does not breach any of those policies, and therefore does not breach the policy framework. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you. Based on the answers, coming back to you in a minute, Councillor Curry, so based on the answers we just had, I'm looking for a couple of points of clarification now. So there was reference was made to the leader saying we cannot commit future councils to the spending that we're proposing now, which I can't believe that we can't actually put some guidelines in place to say what we're looking for from future councils. So we're saying for the next 20 years, we'll be having meetings like this to define what our policy is going to be on the HIF proposals. So that's number one. Number two is in terms of, once again, coming back to finance. So there's a question really now for Dave, I suppose, that if we're looking for a massive amount of 106 money coming from the Hoo Peninsula to pay for all of this, currently based on the provision of houses that are now being proposed, does that amount of 106 money coming forward amount to what's required, or does that amount of 106 money have to substantially increase to pay for that provision?
Thank you, Chairman. If I could just make an initial comment before you go to Dave, if that's okay. Again, back to the infrastructure delivery plan. It is important to note that that is an iterative process. We've said that on a number of occasions. We've said that it will need to evolve as our evidence base improves. I've already quoted from National Planning Policy Framework around the kind of acceptance that there would be a level of uncertainty. But what planning policy says is, look to what in the past you have delivered as an indicator for what can be achieved in the future. So, and actually Stuart will know because he's read other IDPs elsewhere, there is quite a lot of commentary around previous Section 106s that have been delivered and also external funding that has been garnered and secured. And of course, Medway has an enviable track record on both those fronts. So IDPs are an iterative process that build on experience of the past, but then do try and map out the future. Notwithstanding, there is a specific reference on page 5 of our IDP. Importantly, only infrastructure required in the first 5 years of the plan must be shown to be deliverable. In the latter part of the plan period, it's unlikely to have funding secured or clarity on its delivery. So in our very IDP itself, it kind of sets out that there is a degree of uncertainty. I think what members are pushing for, and rightly so, is to try and get some encapsulation of that. We just need to capture something, don't we, that provides that clarity, that puts a simple proposal with some of those key messages around, look, we cannot possibly absolutely button down and nail down 20 years worth of development on a fully funded and costed basis. We need to be clear about the aspirations and how that will seek to draw in developer contributions. Others will seek to come and join in our collective endeavour. But we cannot provide that certainty at this level in the process, at this stage in the process, Chairman. So just wanted to make those points before you go to Dave, Chairman, if that's okay. Thank you.
How do I follow Richard? That's very good. Yes, there will need to be an uplift in Section 106. As Councillor Etheridge knows, we've got the existing developer contributions guide, and that won't be sufficient to provide the infrastructure. But Catherine has touched on the viability work that we're doing with the local plan. Richard has touched on the fact that, well, two things. One, he's touched on the IDP being iterative and will be develop, but also that Section 106s aren't the whole answer. We will, as we have consistently done in the past, be looking for external funding for things as well. So the Section 106, the Developer Contributions Guide, there will be a significant uplift. That will pay for a significant amount of that infrastructure. There will be a need for other forms of contribution or funding as well. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you for that, Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a very specific question for Mr. Gill. In the list of the policies and documents that you just read to us, there was no mention of the local plan, but you did say any other plans or strategies. Does not the local plan fit in that list because it's so fundamental to the whole future of the council for the next 25 years or more? I'm confused as to why the local plan isn't specifically mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. It is mentioned, it's just called a development plan in the policy. So unfortunately, the language between the legislation and what's commonly known as the local plan is interchangeable. But at the moment, yeah, and Dave will correct me if I'm wrong, we don't have a development plan.
So if I may, Chair, then the lack of a local plan or development plan is a missing policy within what we're talking about. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that it is missing. I'd say that you had a plan which has expired and you're currently working on another plan. But you know, in the absence of a plan, you can't be acting contrary to the plan.
Thank you. And my last point, Chair, if I may, the current local plan, the old one, if you like, doesn't mention HIF. So there is no policy on HIF or WHO developments because it's not mentioned in the development plan or local plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hubbard.
Yeah, next May it will be my 10th election for the Strood and Finsbury area. I haven't gone very far in a political map, but the advantage is I've been around a long time. So I have been here before. In fact, to go back to Rochester, I was the chair of the local plans committee. None of you were here. Right. Even Councillor Galvin, you have to remember, who wasn't there. Because in 1995, we started talking about it in depth, the then local plan that came the 2003 plan, which got delayed because of the local government reorganisation. And we kicked around ideas about where development should happen. Should we do it to the east of Who, south of Cliff Woods? And we talked about the use of a railway line. Then, of course, is that Thamesport was active, and the single track line out to Thamesport was, we wanted to get more heavy lorries off the road and onto that track. But there were greater minds than me, or I say geeks, sorry, namely Chris Fribbins and Ray Harris, who knew so much about railways. And we came to the view that there was little point in pursuing anything about a railway line or station. We talked about Cliff, and we talked about where roughly one is today. So I was off the council when the HIF was developed and fought through. And the one thing I noticed before I came back on was this railway station. And that is there's a tremendous amount of work being put in by the officers and all these reports. But the report that the idea that started off as good fact has slowly but surely become fiction. It's gone to the point when it's gone from an Emperor's New Clothes type of project, e.g. nobody wants to say that it's failing, to a dead parrot. Because we've gone with a promise we're going to have a curve at Who Junction. Again, all these things are outside our parameters of local authority. We're going to have third rail, we're going to have we're going to electrify it, and we're going to get network rail to change things at Gravesend to accommodate. If you go and look at page, what's that, 141, which is on Appendix 3, you've got the new station and going into Gravesend, and what it should be a bus link into Strood Station, and that's what the Labour group have discussed. Because where is the Charnel Street? It's the wrong side of Who. Everybody has to drive to the east. If you drove to the west, you'd be in Gravesend and Strood a lot quicker. So it's come and utter nonsense. Really, the whole HIF process is coming to be laughable because of the rail element. Now, I'm quite happy to support the issues around HIF. I can understand why there's need to have development on the peninsula, not maybe to the level that has been discussed. There's need for development across the Medway towns. We need housing, and it needs to be properly located. But it's the HIF is the problem, is the rail problem. You know, I'm not going to talk about the fact that HIF should be delivered on the roads as soon as possible because the roads are really styling up. So, at the weekend, I went and saw the film Bullet Train. And one of the characters in Bullet Train refers to Thomas and Friends. He thinks other characters of the film are characters from the film, you know, who's Percy, who's Thomas. And that reminded me that, that this Appendix 3 is coming fiction. But of course, the collected works of the Reverend Aubrey is fiction. But they're very wise words, you know. Because when Thomas and Bertie met for the first time, Thomas the tank engine and Bertie the bus, they had a confrontation. And they talked about how they're going to deal with passengers. And in the end it says, you know, the learned reverend says, Thomas and Bertie now keep each other very busy. Bertie finds the people in the village who want to go by train and takes them to Thomas. And while Thomas brings people to the station for Bertie to take home. That's what we need. We need a dedicated bus lane out of Who into the Medway towns, because we were promised in the HIF that we would have a link into the Medway towns. Never going to happen. When I wrote to the former assistant director, right just after I joined, I got a letter back saying it's a commercial secret. I was talking about the curve and talking about rolling stock, which is ridiculous. I'm not third party. It's not a commercial secret to me. The point was, it was a nonsense then, back in 2019. If there's a means of tackling it again, because that's the failure of the HIF, because it's the failure of what has constantly come fiction. And it's never going to run to be finalised, is it? So we need to address it and move on. But I'm sure the next former leader of the council is capable of being there for 9 months.
Chairman, I wasn't sure if you were going to ask me to respond, but thank you very much, Councillor Hubbard, for the tales of Thomas the Tank Engine. I remember Chris Fribbins as well when you were talking about resident geeks. So we are committed to delivering rail, and actually I'm happy if you wish, or whether you wish to move on in the interest of time, Chairman. But we have got a commentary around rail. We've been committed to delivering rail. Yes, it's challenged. It has been a difficult issue for us, for sure. But actually, I'm really keen that we have those rail opportunities for the people of Medway and the connectivity that that brings and the modal shift that that brings as well. And I do want us to be aspirational for the people and place of Medway. And I very much see the rail option as part of that. It is really, really challenged. It is really difficult. And I'm not decrying or denying some of the issues that Councillor Hubbard has raised, but we are absolutely committed to delivering it, and we continue on with our engagement with Homes England over that. Thank you, Chairman.
And thank you for that answer, Richard. I'm going to come back to you on the rail, because when it was identified that the loop was no longer part, or the curve loop was no longer part of the process, this committee asked a number of times to ensure that the land was fenced off in perpetuity to allow it to come forward in the future. We've still not had that guarantee. Are you prepared to give us that guarantee this evening?
So, Chairman, would it be helpful if some of my guys responded in terms of how we are seeking to future-proof proposed growth around our rail service and what the rail service offer is, and what it is that we are committing to deliver as part of our arrangements with Homes England? Would that be helpful, Chairman?
Thank you, Chairman. So if we go back to the design development report that focuses on rail, that takes you through the long and complex process that we've been through, trying to work through a vast number of options on rail so that we can secure something that is both deliverable within the HIF grants allocation and which is suitable to the level of the community, but also enables us to allow that to grow as the community grows, and that's what we're seeking for within the IDP. So initially, as discussed, we're proposing a battery-operated two-carriage train that goes on an hour on a non-clock face service between Gravesend and the new station with full stabling, train servicing and a maintenance package. There's a lot of track and signalling works to enable a reverse movement at Gravesend. It's really quite complicated, which I know sounds a bit blasé, but to fit the new passenger service in with the existing freight service without upsetting that freight service is very complex. That's a real constraint that we have. But one of the really strong positives that we have is that we're not in a HS2 type situation in that track exists already. We don't need to bring in a whole new track. That said, we are about to do some geotechnical studies of that track line to make sure that our understanding of the quality of it is accurate, that it can take the passenger service that we propose, that the passenger service at speed is deliverable on that track. And then as Mr. Hicks says, we're looking to expand and grow that service as we go forward over the years. So, for example, if we wanted to have a faster train service, we suspect we would have to further reinforce that track. And that's something that we're looking to explore over the next sort of 6 months when we've assessed the tenders that are currently out at the moment. So it's very much that we're bringing forward a service that is deliverable, is fundable, and is within our programme, but our aspiration doesn't stop there because the community keeps growing, and we are an authority that has confirmed a climate emergency, and we strongly consider that if you brought forward a large new community that was purely based around perhaps a private car, then that's not sustainable, and that in itself would perhaps be against our policy. The only other point I would make is that that train station acts as a real hub for the community, and as is set out in Catherine's Who Development Framework, it's a real draw and it's a real central place within that community, and it acts as a real focus on that church commissioner plots. So we would also look to have the bus service interchange there so that we've got that built in. As in the IDP, we need to have those conversations with bus providers to bring that in for you, but that's something that we're planning in spatially, certainly. I would have to put my hands in the air and say the Medway curve is before me, so I would have to hand over to my colleagues to talk about Medway curve.
So, thank you, Chairman. So apologies, I don't have the exact detail in front of me, so I can't remember the exact land ownership for the Medway curve, whether it's within Network Rail or council ownership. We can come back and confirm that. I think the main point is that we are not precluding the ability to add the Medway curve at a later date in terms of the design and the actual signals, and et cetera, and the platform that we're designing. However, I would have to confirm back to you in terms of the ownerships, because I couldn't commit if it was third-party land. That would be a budget pressure, and that's something I would need to clarify with you.
Okay, thank you for that information. I, along with other members sitting on this committee, have requested that information so many times, so it'd be helpful to get that as soon as possible. Thank you. I now go to Councillor Tranter.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you also for the responses to my earlier comments, which are very helpful, and I understand that. And on the train, just before I make my main point, the rail link, we mustn't forget, again in defence of the whole team, this is a result of consultation. People wanted rail links. And so therefore it has appeared, and now we're not sure we want it. Now, okay, that's another debate, but let's not, let's not wonder where it came from. It was because people asked for it. But it did come through the consultation. That's where it actually came from initially. So I don't know whether it's a good idea or not to have it, and that is, but if that will take me on to my next point again, which I go back to, we're trying to find solutions here so that we can take everything forward in a way that's helpful. Richard, you talked about a simplified explanation of some of the figures. I just want to make clear, it can't be too simple. It's got to be complicated enough because there is a huge amount in there. And so there has to be quite a lot of detail. And I just wanted to make the point, because there are so many variables, targets might change, our ability to deliver might change, inflation might go skyrocket or it might get solved, policy changes might come along from locally or nationally, or I know 6 policies might change. You know, all these things will come along at different points. So what I'm suggesting is that if we get something together that is sufficiently clear, which carries the bulk of all the information, revenues and costs, but also there could be, I'm sure the team will come up with a clever way of showing different sensitivities to account for different scenarios, whether you call it scenario planning or whatever. There are lots of different established techniques for dealing with that. But to my mind, something has to sit underneath or in parallel with consultation and these other plans, which allow people to make sense of it all and to see, okay, this could work. And this is not saying what will or will not be delivered, whether it's the rail link or anything else in the future. It's just understanding where the money's coming from and where it goes. And that is, I think, if this goes back to Cabinet and this gets fudged, I will virtually guarantee that members will find another mechanism to put the brakes on again. So we really do need to deal with this properly and listen to what we're saying, because we will keep putting a spanner in the works until such time as it makes sense to us and to residents, and especially the people living out on the peninsula. Thank you.
No, Chairman, simply to say I think points well made. There's a challenge there for us as the officer corps to develop something that is simple but complicated at the same time, but actually capturing some of those variables, whether that's something around ranges, but I am persuaded around producing something that allows people to make sense of it all, so that the consultation can be taken forward within that wider context that people can understand in a simpler format, but not fudging the issue and ducking under some of these imponderables that I've riddled this evening, actually, Chairman. There are a number of imponderables and uncertainties that are inevitable with a project and an undertaking, an endeavour of this scale. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm particularly taken with the idea that we are aspirational, but we also need to go back to a few of the facts. And these are my questions. We've got 170 million, which we have to spend by 2025. I just need a yes or a no on that one. Have we got a project plan that gives us what is spent within that envelope? I understand that 20 years down the line, we don't know the cost of anything. I hear a commitment to rail. Has anybody done any kind of idea how long it takes to build a railway? I mean, I know you're not building the track, but it may have to be relayed. Do you know how long it takes to build an engine? I know they're supposed to be with batteries and stuff. Maybe you intend to buy a second-hand one from Sheffield or somewhere, but I'm not really sure about that. So I'd like to know what we have to, because as far as I understand it, the paper has been signed and we have an extension to 2025. That's a couple of months in real terms. What is the plan between now and then? I accept there are gaps in the funding going forward. In fact, huge gaps. And when this was first mooted, I was one of the people who said 170 million ain't going to go very far, lads. But that was fine. I was supposed to be against this. I was never against this. This side was never against this. We're all collectively committed to having an infrastructure for the peninsula. But we need to know that if we don't spend the money, we'll have penalties on that. Phil can probably tell us how much that might be, right down to a couple of pence, I'm sure. But my question is, am I right that we have to spend the money by 2025? And if so, what are we spending it on? And let's then get the next phase of the plan out for consultation. There's no point, and I agree with Councillor Mrs. Turpin, that there's no point in us telling people fairy tales. Let's be realistic here. So a couple of facts, a couple of answers to those questions would be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Hazel, for your questions as well. So the short answer to your first question is yes. So have we got a plan that shows that we would be able to deliver that £170 million within those timelines? Yes, there is. Now, there are always pressures. We've talked about some of the cost inflation pressures. Actually, Hazel, it sounds like you've got knowledge of these issues as well, because none of this stuff is straightforward around rail as well. But I still remember the day when Network Rail signed up to our proposal. So I've got that letter from Network Rail where they were supporting the proposal. I keep that, and apologies if I should be more digital members, but I've got that letter. So the short answer is yes, Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Rupert Turpin.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to ask Dave, if developers rush forward plans on who, based on this, we haven't got the evidence base in yet, including the transport element base. We don't know what the traffic projections are on and off the One Road and the Relief Road. So we really need all that evidence base, which we've been looking for a long time. So will they be able to just bring things forward and then say, well, yeah, it's in the Who Development Framework, so members, you really ought to be passing this one because it's practically the local plan in a tiny bit, you know. So I wouldn't be happy about that when we don't have the evidence base, because there's two big risks around this, which is, one, is the Relief Road going to be enough for all those houses? We've already discussed the air quality, and we're going backwards on that in terms of the projections, and the air quality action plan doesn't look man enough to obviate that. And the other big risk is the inflationary costs, which, looking at our risk chart, is at B2, and it's also in the action to mitigate. There isn't really a mitigation. The real mitigation is cutting items that you're going to do. That's the real mitigation. What they've got here is just including inflation and cost rise risk allowances. And in a way, the leader said, you can't really do that. I'm not going to allow you to do that in the meeting last week. So we haven't really got any mitigation in there, apart from the one which we've effectively been doing, which is to drop certain things from the programme as time goes by. And we just wonder how much you can chop off before it sort of loses effectiveness in its aims, because obviously it's as I said before, the overall thing is green, sustainable, etc. But if we cut out the footpaths, which we've now got no budget for, and we cut out the shared bridge, so these are all really going at the green and sustainability bit. So it's not going to fulfil those aims, which it would be nice to do. And so is that going to be something which developers will be able to seize upon in the absence of the evidence base which we're still looking for?
Chairman. Thank you. And thank you, Rupert. And yeah, I understand your fears totally. And I think developers understand that as well, which is why we have seen them holding back on applications at this moment in time. What I would say is that if they were to submit applications, which they will do before a plan is adopted, there will be, those applications are being prepared. We will have to assess them on their merits. There is work that we are doing on a WHO transport assessment, which will clarify the capacity with and without HIF, and whether that can accommodate the growth being proposed. That work is nearly completed now in terms of that transport assessment. From my perspective, in terms of those big applications, and they will come in at some point in time, I think that their delay is on the basis that if the HIF infrastructure is there, if the WHO transport plan shows that there's their capacity, then that supports that proposal that it's a sustainable development, and they can pay Section 106 money and other things towards making their schemes more sustainable. If the HIF is not there, then the applications may still come in, but as members have said already, that those Section 106 contributions will then go towards infrastructure to build the capacity for their proposals, and that will come out of other parts of infrastructure. Whether that then is acceptable is something that the Planning Committee will need to assess, and if necessary an appeal, an inspector will need to assess. It's a difficult situation we're in, Rupert, you're right. Is that helpful?
That's helpful. Yeah. The other question which I wanted to ask, I raised my fears about the governance of this because we've had a lot of trouble with the local plan, and it's due to lack of communication, and especially between maybe the Cabinet or those few people on the Cabinet that are developing it and keeping it very, very secret to themselves. Because even as a member of the Cabinet, I didn't see it until 7 days before it was released, and we were raising issues constantly all the time. And then we get presented with 1,000 pages plus lots of supporting documentation, and we've got 7 days to read it. So I think that is unacceptable for members to have to make that decision in that sort of time frame, and I don't want to see that happening again. So just to warn you, and not you because it's not your decision, but you can relay it on, I won't be voting for it if I get a week to look at it. So that's my, I can't determine a local plan at Section 19 when it I'm presuming we're going back to Section 18, Schedule 18 and then Schedule 19, but I can't decide that in a week. Regulation, that's it, yeah. So the governance hasn't been good, and the communication, and I think that perhaps we could have a recommendation that the Development Plans Advisory Group is scrapped and something else put in its place where we can really get more adequate communication going on what's actually happening on a cross-party members, but with real bite. Not going to be a bit sort of toothless and blind as it was in the past. Oh, this is all secret. You can't see this, etc., etc. And then it all blows up in our faces. So that would be what one recommendation I would like to put forward, because I think, just as an example, governance. The Cabinet passed in 2018 about £150,000. It was even funded to do detailed investigation into the sports centre at the WHO, and that hasn't even been done, and we haven't been notified. So the people of WHO that is reputationally damaging for the council with the people in WHO, because now freedom of information has been done and it's been found out that it hasn't even been started and nothing's been relayed back. Now, I'm not blaming that on you, but somewhere along the line in the governance of this, it's not good to promise things which you don't deliver. And the thing is, we don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. That's the last thing we want to do for the people of Hood, because then it just is reputationally damaging.
Thank you, Chairman. I would appreciate the opportunity for Dave to respond on the Development Plans Advisory Group point, because from my stance, something is as significant as the local plan, I would welcome the opportunity for there to be informal cross-party dialogue around that, which is what DPAG was intended to achieve. So I would welcome, Chairman, if that's okay, for Dave's commentary on DPAG particularly. But I think Councillor Turpin raised some very strong points. Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman, Rupert, you do raise some really good points, and I think that I and my team have learned some lessons. It's very, very easy to blame COVID, and that made it more difficult to have engagement. Don't want to do that. I think what we need to be aware of is, what we need to learn from is that engagement, that consultation, that involvement of members, parish councils, neighbourhood planning groups, residents. We need to do that better and do more of that. As Richard says, though, I think DPAG has a role to play. I think it's an important role to play in terms of that cross-party party group, but alongside that greater consultation and engagement with members. And indeed, what we're planning for Monday, which is the Who Development Framework discussion for members, I think is part of that improved consultation and engagement.
Yeah, just a shame it got cancelled twice, wouldn't it, really? But I suppose it wasn't ready before.
Councillor Elizabeth Turpin.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to come back on a few points, probably from some time ago. I mean, firstly, I really do appreciate all the huge amount of work that's gone into this from, you know, all of you that are sitting here and your teams as well, so that shouldn't go unnoticed, and I know other members have already expressed that. But I guess I want to sort of know a bit more about sort of why this has to go out for consultation, why we've chosen for this to go out for consultation now. You know, I'm all for consultation, it's not that I'm against it, but obviously they are costly and there needs to be something we get from that. It's a bit like Councillor Turpin mentioned, I'm just sort of concerned about what weight it will carry as we go on. You know, we don't have a local plan. You know, is this going to be referred to in planning meetings, committees at a later date? You know, well, it says in the Who Development Framework that went out for consultation. You know, this is what we're sort of looking at. So I'm just concerned that sort of weight could be put onto this later when we haven't got the evidence base for the local plan. I just feel that we should be concentrating our efforts on that rather than this, because it runs alongside the local plan. I just feel like it's out of sync. This is kind of putting in our designs before we know whether it's possible, sort of on many fronts. And I think, you know, that's why I'm concerned about also with the HIF. You know, again, I appreciate all the work that's gone on, but it's still not 100% certain that it will be delivered or can be delivered. You know, I know that the huge amount of work you've go into to make it possible, and you know, but it's not concrete. You know, we've still got lots of things, it appears, hoops to jump through before we can be certain that this is going to be delivered in, you know, how it's been presented here this evening. So I just, again, concerned that we're going out for a costly consultation on something that is very much dependent on HIF being delivered. So I think that would be one of my sort of first points. And going back to sort of what Catherine was saying earlier on the framework and it being in its early stages, and I guess it's something that we hear a lot, and I'm not being sort of rude about that. If things are, of course, they've got to be in their early stages, and you know, again, a huge amount of work involved. But it's often a response that we get, and I'm not just saying from you, Catherine. I just mean across the board that things are early stages, sort of don't worry, and then suddenly, oh, now it's upon us. Now it's happened. Now it's all finished. Now the decision's got to be made, and there doesn't seem to be any middle ground on these things. It's all sort of either very, very early or all finished. So, you know, again, I have concerns about that. So I think, you know, my main question from my ramblings is, you know, why this needs to go out for consultation now.
Chairman, thank you, and thank you for that, Elizabeth. And it's a good question. I think the answer to that is twofold. One, when the HIF team went out recently in terms of the consultation on the road and the rail, at the workshops they were having and residents were coming in, residents were saying, well, that's all very fine, but what's it serving? What's it linked to? How does it fit in with development and so on? So the residents were demanding more information. And Catherine and I have had many meetings with various parish councils, be it High Howstow, be it Finsbury Extra, be it particularly who, and they want to be involved early, and they want their residents to be involved early in terms of this document. It links to the point that you're saying. What they don't want to be given is, well, that's it, that's the final document. They want to be consulted and they want to have a say in it. And the feeling at the moment is that we're keeping things very close, and we will give them a fait accompli. And I think that we are ready, based on what we've got now and the work that we've done, to go out to that consultation. I think this is the right time for that, is my view. You then ask in terms of, well, what weight is attached to that in the planning process. It won't be planning policy, it's a consultation document. Yes, it might be referred to in maybe planning submissions, maybe even committee reports, but the weight that can be attributed to it is very limited because it will be a consultation. Hopefully that's helpful. Do you want to add anything to that, Kevin?
Councillor Emmers.
Thank you, Chair. I'm coming at this whole thing quite fresh because I'm still a relatively new councillor and I represent Princes Park. So I have no reason to have followed these plans in great detail prior to becoming a councillor because the area I live in and represent is not in the Who area. I just feel that basically there needs to be a new document produced that is concise, that effectively communicates to members that they can then pass on to interested residents the entirety of the process so that members feel a greater sense of clarity. And I also think that this whole process needs to be much more transparent and the concerned members need to feel that they're involved a lot more. So that's what I would suggest. My opinion is tonight that I would be voting for B, which is to take it back to Cabinet on the basis that some kind of new document is produced that is concise, that is effective, that provides clarity, transparency, and I would also suggest, and I don't know if this is the leadership of a political leadership or officer leadership, but I do feel like there needs to be a more iterative relationship with the members concerned so they feel that they have more buy-in in the process. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other member? I've got a couple of questions. First of all, regarding the £170 million that we've been allocated, I'm fully aware that we have spent over £500,000 alone in the survey of the Higham Bridge. And I'm certainly aware that we've spent a substantial amount more in terms of consultation. So out of that 170 million, I'd really like to know, first of all, how much is actually left.
Thank you. So picking up on a question from, I think, Councillor Turpin as well earlier, we prepare an annual budget and that fits into our overall budget. We have to obviously share that with Phil and we share that with Homes England, and that budget is then reported on quarterly, both in terms of spend and in terms of what our onward projection is going to be. So far we've spent £10 million, so that's lower, well, that has been on the due diligence work, on the consultation work, and on the preparation of effectively what we see here today. So we've had 2 major rounds of consultation, and we've done considerable exploratory work around how deliverable the different phases of the radar, looking at, gosh, I think about 6 different options for each phase and drilling those down into deliverable, sustainable options. So it's a fair proportion of the funds, but I think it's money well spent at this stage because it helps to create that certainty, which again, I think it was Councillor Turpin that mentioned, in that at the early stages of a programme, you do have little certainty, you have a concept, you have a vision, you have a driving passion perhaps, and I think councillors have very well expressed that now. And then as we go further forward through the programme towards the end point, that certainty firms up and that cost escalates. So I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
And thank you for that clarity. So my personal point of view is documents should now be reviewed, and actually the actual figure should be reflected, not the 170 million, because it's now 160, possibly even less now with this new consultation. My next question is for Richard in the terms of the recommendations, because a lot of commitments have been made here this evening about document updating, clarification, and I'm sure our wonderful Democratic Services officer has captured all of them. If option B was picked up and refer the decision back to Cabinet, how long will it take you to redo all these papers with the necessary clarification that's been requested this evening to be placed before Cabinet, and when would that Cabinet meeting actually take place?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to comment as well. Could I maybe draw together some of the comments that members have made this evening as well? So first of all, can I thank members for their extensive engagement around this issue? I appreciate the hour is late and we have spent some considerable time working through this. Can I thank members for their scrutiny? Can I thank members too for their warm words about my team and the work and the quality of the work that's been undertaken by the team, both in terms of the documentation that's been brought forward thus far, but also in terms of responding to members' questions. Can I reiterate again, though, I do apologise for the issues around Appendix 5. I extend that apology to members once more. I am sorry that we find ourselves in this position. If I can, again, just reiterate that point that actually Councillor Tranter made and Councillor Lamas has kind of reiterated, the specific reference back to Cabinet, because let's not forget that decision is around going out to consultation on the WHO development framework, is that having this new document, this concise document, this overview that kind of captures the key messages, this whole simple but complicated conundrum that my guys and my comms guys, Celia I think is still there, will work that through to allow people to make sense of it all, of this wider picture. And as Robbie said, is then available for members to be able to use that to kind of share that with their constituents and those wider interested parties. I actually think that's a great idea. I think it's a really positive thing. Obviously, it's not my decision. This will be going back to Cabinet. I think that's a really good idea. Can I say also, Chairman, you're kind of alluding to this, I have noted those siren warnings that members, particularly on this side of the committee, have been making about implications for Cabinet not considering this fully or thoroughly or comprehensively. Those comments have been well rehearsed this evening. So that would be the key issue around that referral back into Cabinet, would be around that additional document that can go alongside this. Then indeed, Chairman, there have been some specific points where you've asked for clarity. So we certainly had the land holdings around the curve, and I appreciate, Chairman, that has been a matter of some frustration with you for some time, so I apologise to you for that. There are some specific actions that we will be picking up that we will ensure that's done, but the key issue would be there is a Cabinet meeting on the 23rd of August to specifically and directly address your question. Members before talked about time being important here in terms of moving on with this. We've covered the issues around the status of the WHO development framework. We're very clear on those wider requirements around the local plan. Believe you me, there's a frequent and regular and heated conversation between me and my team around the local plan and how we bring that forward and how we continue to work on the evidence base. So this would go back to Cabinet on the 23rd of August with that clear additional recommendation. Yeah, obviously members will craft that, of course, it's a matter for members. And then that reference will be made into Cabinet on the 23rd of August, Chairman.
Based on what Richard said, is there any other member who'd like to come back before I hand over to Elizabeth?
Chair, if it's helpful, I've written a proposal which might work. If I can read it out, or however you would like to deal with this.
We'll listen to Elizabeth first, and then we'll look at the proposals. Thank you. So, Elizabeth, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question, just following Janet's response to your question, actually, about what had been spent, before I go any further. So, you were saying 10 million, but I thought it was 6 million we'd budgeted for delivery, so I'm a little bit concerned that that's overspent already. I don't know if you can just clarify on that.
We're not overspent on our delivery budget. We've got a variety of claims that are in at the moment, and if it would help, I can share that detail with you subsequently. And those claims break that down into the different funding streams, which would hopefully give you that reassurance.
Chairman, if I can, just to be helpful, just to clarify, 170 million, 86 million on roads, 64 million on rail, 14 million on SEMS, 6 million on delivery. That means the kind of officer team. That doesn't mean preliminary delivery of those schemes. So cost that's been incurred around road comes off against the 86 million. Costs that have been associated against rail comes off that 64 million, similarly with the SEMS and the 14 million. The 6 million that says delivery is about the kind of officer team, external consultancy advice and the rest. So you don't need to be concerned about that, Councillor Mrs. Turpin.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think that sort of sums up a lot of the frustrations that have been here tonight, that there is a lot of unknown for members, and we need, I think, difficult to say we need a lot more information when we're sitting around with these piles of paper, but there's questions that I think could have been answered maybe before this evening. That's how I'm feeling at some point. I'm still not happy with some of the issues, and I think, you know, we're going to come to the recommendation shortly, and I definitely feel that recommendations are needed. It needs to go back to Cabinet, but I think certainly for the members that are very heavily involved with this, where it's their area, ward members, and I appreciate the time you've given me. I mean, I'm not disputing that you've spent hours with us and with residents going over this, but there's still a lot of information that, you know, we're short on, that, you know, we need. So I think, you know, if I'll hand over to Stuart to sort of make some suggestions with recommendation, but just to sort of, you know, my suggestions would be to have greater member and ward member involvement, and I think, you know, certainly on some form of advisory boards, to have minutes of meetings. I mean, I've struggled to get DPAG minutes. I can't get HIF board minutes. I don't know why these are not available to members. They're being refused. So I think if you know, if the information that we want to help, you know, carry out our role is granted to us, then we may be able to sort of prevent some of these sort of questions and discussions that we've had this evening. So I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Okay, Stuart, would you like to put your proposal, please?
Thank you, Chair. It's obviously quite difficult to make it eloquent in a short period of time, but I'm looking to the to Richard for guidance on this to see if we're getting somewhere close. All right. So to refer the proposal back to Cabinet, along and there will be provided financial scenarios and written explanations demonstrating over the entire length of the plan the potential revenue sources and associated project costs which are underpinning the development framework. That this may include different scenarios and sensitivities and accepts there will be changes over time due to circumstances or policy or need. The objective is to give assurances to members and residents that delivery of the infrastructure is realistic and potentially deliverable. So it's a bit clumsy, but it's to try, you know, I think we need those projections. Probably needs to be a little bit simplified.
Could I suggest the word clarity comes in there somewhere as well?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to write it too quickly, really. Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry for interrupting you, Stuart. I'm just a little bit concerned about the proposal that you're making, because if the Cabinet meeting is in a couple of weeks' time, how are we going to get that work done? How are the officers going to get that work done in time for that meeting? It seems an awful lot to put on their plates at the moment.
Yeah, I agree, it's too soon, 23rd of August.
Councillor Amos.
See, I see Stuart's motion as a kind of do-over motion. What I think would actually, if I take everyone's comments in totality, I think what I would propose is, ahead of this Cabinet coming up in August, a 2-page explainer for members for mass consumption, so that people feel that they can consult with their people and that they can understand the complexities of the scenario. And secondly, a kind of commitment for routine member involvement in sort of the consultation decision-making process for those members that are directly concerned. That's what I would say. I wouldn't necessarily go as far as that.
Yes, I hear what you're saying, but I agree it's too simple. Sorry. Any other suggestions at this moment in time? Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, bearing in mind the amount of work that we're talking about here from all aspects of it, I mean, just picking up one point, I noticed that although we have the transport assessment done with and without HIF, there hasn't been consultation with the bus companies. So there's a lot of work still to come through, and I'm unsure about that. I'm thinking that perhaps full council in October might be the best option, to be honest, Chair. So I mean, and that is an option that's open to us. Perhaps we should pursue that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Hence why I asked the question from the Director earlier, how long would it take him to meet the criteria and all the issues that have been discussed this evening for that Cabinet meeting? And I tend to agree with you. I think it's too soon.
I would agree. I think it is too soon. And this is incomplete without the evidence base as well, which I keep banging on about the evidence base, but the transport plan is really important. And there's stuff which is still to come in, which we're on the cusp of getting, and it's just a shame. We've got the habitats assessment, which is we're on the cusp of getting that back as well, aren't we, Dave? Well, I've heard that the habitats assessment and the mitigation, etc., is on the we're on the cusp of getting that back as well. So there's all sorts of things, but this is the evidence, and unfortunately, one of these things about this process is we seem to have come to our conclusion and then retrofit the evidence to it. We've decided we want that many homes, and then so I'm just concerned that whatever happens with the transport assessment, it's got to be fitted into the number of homes that we want, rather than look at the road, do the modelling, and see how many people it can fit.
Okay, I'm going to Phil and be the last speaker on this, and then we'll go to recommendations. Phil.
Yeah, thank you. I think this has been a useful opportunity for members to discuss the issues that they identified with the documentation that went out to Cabinet. And, you know, all those points have been noted. The Director has committed to producing a more succinct, useful document. But as the statutory officers, Pinder and I, have concluded that the decision that Cabinet made was not outside the policy framework or the budget. So when this gets referred back, the referral to Cabinet will be to reconsider whether they want to go out to consultation on the WHO development framework. And that can still happen at the next Cabinet meeting without the extra work that Richard has committed his team to, is my view. Now, on the back of your recommendations, the Cabinet might conclude that without that document, they don't want to go out to consult. I hope that made sense.
Can I add
Can you
something,
clarify
Chairman?
for us,
Yeah,
please?
no, because that is right. So at the moment, let's just think about our decision-making processes that we've got. So Cabinet took a decision, ONS has called it in, we are now considering that decision, and the options are set out in the report in terms of what members are seeking to do. There is a deal of work. We sort of landed on this thing, and I appreciate whether it's a 2-page and that's too simplistic, or whether the other version is kind of too much on the detailed end of things. But what we've in essence got is a recommendation that goes back to Cabinet that says, right, we want you to, okay, so it's back in terms of that consultation. You, ONS, are saying that actually our recommendation is that there is this document that is produced. And that's the issue, that's the decision that needs to go back to the Cabinet for the Cabinet to then consider as part of this process. Then Cabinet look at that and say, yes, you know what, that is something that we would want to do, that goes alongside, that sets out and explains. At that point, Cabinet then say, officers, you are directed to do that. And ONS might want to say, and actually we think that document must go out at the same time that the consultation document goes out. That is something that ONS members may wish to say. We think that is really important. I think that works. That was the essence, that was the spirit of the discussion. So the recommendation from ONS in terms of this decision is going back into Cabinet saying, okay, we are referring this back to the Cabinet in terms of that consultation. We think there should be this document that goes alongside that consultation. And that, I mean, I'm not going to put words in your mouths, obviously, but...
Point of order. We haven't made a decision that there is only one recommendation. The paper has 3 recommendations, and the Chair rightly took the first one off the table, which is fine. But we haven't reached a decision, and you're now talking about detail about whether it goes to Cabinet or goes to full Council. We haven't had a decision on that yet.
Okay, I think we now need to wrap this item up. So I've already made the decision that option A, if you like, accept the Cabinet decisions, therefore take no further action, is not acceptable. So now we're looking at option B, refer the decision back to Cabinet for reconsideration, setting out the reasons for the referral back. Do I have a proposer for that, please?
Yeah, I personally would be happy for option B, provided we get that documentation. And the warning, I think, is that I made earlier, if it doesn't happen, members will only interfere again. You know, this has really got to be done properly. I'm concerned if it goes back to full council, we're going to add unnecessary delay and not actually improve the whole process. That's my view.
Do we have a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Elizabeth Turpin. Right, so we have a proposed and a seconder. Can I have a show of hands to vote for it, please? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. And those against?
Okay, so the proposal is carried, Chairman.
Okay.
The proposal is carried, Chairman.
Right, we now move on to the last agenda item with the work programme.
Sorry, could I don't think we've actually fully explained what our recommendations are, though. I think that still needs work. So I think we've just, at this point, we've just voted on whether it went to Cabinet or full Council. But I think there's a lot of work still needs to be, not a lot, but we still need to...
Yeah, which was based on what the proposal was from Stuart.
Oh, I still wanted other.
So
I thought we were just doing one or the other, whether it went to full Council or Cabinet, or...
No, you just agreed that it goes back to Cabinet.
We need to put some more information in that, though, I think.
Which is what Stuart's added, which is part of that proposal.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
I didn't think that was a definite list.
Yes. Yeah, go on.
Thank you, Chairman. And so just to clarify then, so the decision was around referring this back to Cabinet. There is this ancillary recommendation that members have been very clear about. I think there might be a little bit of finessing around the wording that Stuart has used, but we've captured the kind of the core of that in terms of what Stuart has put forward. Councillor Lamas was wanting to go for something that was a little simpler. Could I suggest that the recommendation is something along the lines, and unfortunately this is a committee, so we are going to do this by committee members, just so that members can be satisfied with the recommendation that is being made. So overview and scrutiny would be recommending to Cabinet that there is a new document, concise document, that enables people to make sense of the wider issues surrounding the WHO development framework, that sets out where the money goes and where it comes from in terms of the future funding, to enable that wider understanding of the WHO development framework. So, that won't be the final essence of the document. We won't be producing the document. That's just the decision that goes back to Cabinet, saying that that is what members are asking for. I'm happy if there's...
Right. People still want to discuss this, I can see, so I'm going to start with Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really confused now because we've just voted on one thing and now we've got something completely different. Are we going to vote on something else that's been proposed by officers? Or how does that work? I'm really very confused about the process here. Can that be explained? Thank you.
Councillor Tranter put forward a proposal, which was refer it back to Cabinet with certain criteria being met, which I haven't documented or captured, but I'm sure that it has either been by Jade, and therefore that's what you voted on, and that's what was accepted.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry to interrupt you, but I don't know what Councillor Tranter's proposals were. I didn't hear them.
Yeah.
So, right, so we're going to take literally a 2-minute break whilst the proposal is documented and stuck up on the screen so you can see it. Grab yourselves a coffee, ladies and gentlemen. No more discussion. Let's go. Richard, let's go, please. So, before we had this adjournment, we had a proposal put forward by Councillor Tranter that said it required some finesse. That was voted on and accepted that it went back with that question of finesse back to Cabinet, and that passed. Since then, a few additional debates have taken place with officers and some councillors, not all councillors. So first of all, I want to know from the legal officer the legality of overturning that original decision.
There was a proposal which was moved and seconded, and the committee has taken a decision. That decision stands. If members of the committee believe that the decision that was taken was incorrect, or that the committee as a whole did not understand what they were voting on, the only way to change that would be for a motion to be moved and seconded to rescind that, for a vote to be taken on that, and if the vote is carried, that decision is rescinded, and then you start with a clean sheet.
So by a show of hands, are members here willing to go through that process? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. So we're rescinding the original decision.
On what grounds, though? It was a legal vote, so what grounds are we rescinding it on? Because we voted on something that was written down. People talked about making changes to it, but I called a point of order. There were two options, and one was to go to full council, which we didn't reach because the other one was accepted. Now, if we rescind this, are we only rescinding it to have one choice? Or do we go back to the original substantives? Or can all the substantives be amended?
As far as I'm concerned, we're going back to the original substantives that we were looking at, which was option B and C, not option A.
Just a point of clarification, or point as far as I'm aware, this committee can only make recommendations. You can't make decisions. So we can only recommend that officers might want to do a report. Only the Cabinet and its members can instruct officers to undertake a report. So we can't instruct officers to do anything because they don't have to do that work because they're not being told by the leadership to do that work.
Correct.
Yeah. So there's only two options on the table: send it back to Cabinet or go to Council. Which you can't say, oh, we'll send it back to Cabinet when ask officers to do work which they're not being instructed to do by the Cabinet.
And that's what I've said. We have two options, option B and option C. Right, so before we go to the wording of B, sorry, Councillor Curry, I'll come back to you in a second. Before we go to the wording of option B, do we need to go through the same process for option C? So I'm now going to the legal officer for that.
There has been no vote in relation to option C, so that there's
been no vote to option B, then we've rescinded it.
So now, okay, let's just take this step by step. So you're now starting with a clean sheet. There are a number of options that you have. You can either go, as you've already excluded the first option, which is to do nothing. So there is now an option either to refer back to Cabinet or to refer to full Council. Somebody will need to move a motion, which then needs to be seconded, and that can be done on the basis of a caveat that once you've decided which venue you want to send it to, you will then agree the exact wording of your referral back to either of those bodies.
Okay, so sorry, Elizabeth, you want to make a proposal?
Yeah, I'd like to, based on what we've discussed, the information, I'd like to make a recommendation that we actually send it to full council.
Okay. And do we have any other recommendations?
I'd like to second that, Chair.
And
Sorry, are you looking for another recommendation, or are you going to vote on that one first?
So,
if members are going to make a consideration of referring this back to full council, the only way that you can do that is to also, as part of that recommendation, say that you have considered the advice of the monitoring officer and the chief finance officer, and that you have agreed to disregard the advice that they have given you.
okay.
Point of order, we didn't discard any advice. All we're discussing is the two motions that are written in the paper. The decision, the original vote was rescinded because people didn't quite understand what they were voting for. So we've all agreed to do that. There has been no change in the advice that we've accepted. All we are doing now is voting on the two choices that are written in the paper. And you were quite correct that once we make that decision, it is possible to decide some nuance on it. But the substantives are the only things that are in front of us officially. And I can't believe I'm giving the legal officer advice on this.
Robbie, very quickly, and you're the last one.
Chair, my understanding was the first time we voted what option we were doing. I then thought we would then have the wording of what was going to send attached to that decision read out and agreed. It was assumed that the wording that was written was agreed when it wasn't. That wording has now been rewritten. So I would like clarity, Chair. Is the vote we're about to take now on whether we send it back to Cabinet, can we read out the wording that has been proposed so that when people make their vote, if they want to send it back to Cabinet or not, they understand what wording is going back with that decision to Cabinet, please?
We've already had a proposal for it to go back to full council. We've had that seconded. So we're now going to take a vote on that. So all those in favour of it going back to full council?
None.
Those against?
3.
Therefore, it's carried that it goes back to full council. Right, we move on to the last item, which is the work programme. Can I go to Jade, please?
Thank you, Chairman. This report is as read, save for the fact that earlier in the committee proceedings, the committee agreed to receive a further report on the Shared Prosperity Fund investment plan in December.
Thank you. Any comments on that? Otherwise, I'm going to thank all of you for your tolerance this evening and your goodwill, and thank all the officers that have given up their time this evening, and declare this meeting closed. Thank you.